bloody course.
What ho?
What ho and welcome, Bacon. Hello, hello. There we go. Bacon, sorry, thank you for the bits. Yeah, Bacon, if you refresh your browser, it should be okay now. How are you doing, friends? What ho and welcome. Hello, hello. Lizzie, legend, Bacon. Little trifecta of high-speed numpties. Sorry, I'm trying to think of a clever way to say you were here right as I pushed the button, even though I pushed the button at a strange time. How are you doing, friends? I was trying to solve the mystery of why I can't make my airbrush do what I want it to. How are you? And if you're wondering, I don't know if it comes across the camera, yes, I am still stained from last night's experiments, despite scrubbing my hands this morning. Well, Lizzie, it is always comforting to know you stand vigil. I wonder if any of these will show up on the camera. But I did have some successes. So last night, while doing battle with a Prelude of Bridge Spiders, I decided I was going to continue working on me Gundam. And as you can see, the lace wrap worked fucking great. Like, look at that. Now, initially, the paint was supposed to be this acrylic, like red gold. It's supposed to be all shiny. And let me tell you, it did not want to play nice. I do not know what is up. I did all the things I was supposed to. So there's obviously something I'm missing. And as I've explained to the coffee guy, because he asked me what I was up to and why my hands were covered in paint, it's one of those steps that's outside of like base tutorial and not quite like high-end masterclass stuff. It's one of those everybody assumes you know steps that I'm obviously missing. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass, but most of it came out good. I tried using a metallic red, and again, I don't think the detail is going to come across here. But whilst the metallic red came out great, unfortunately, it stuck the lace to the paint, so it pulled off a bit of the base coat. So a few of these I've got to redo, and I haven't decided how best to do it. Like, I might just light sand the shite bits and just give it a full-on once-over, see if that creates an interesting look. And that's where I'm at. Dice Goddess, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, that's as exciting as I've been, friends. It's been a couple days. Anyway, more importantly, how have you all been? Tell me your tales. Catastros, Watto, and welcome. I know I'm starting at a vaguely sensible hour today, so we actually get to hang out. I saw. Well, that's so. Like, art for the creation of art is always time well spent, right? But I did notice that I've been I can't seem to get myself out of biz dev brain sometimes. So, like, Dice Goddess, your stuff is fucking great. And the reason I jumped on it was like, shit, this is stuff that you could use to put forward a commercial product. That's not what matters, but that's just kind of where my brain went. Oh, Wimp Dork, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Because, like, we got Creation Celebration to be like, hey, I made a cool thing. Like, Sheepsterny has done some cool stuff. Ryu. Kelja's Wien doing, like, woad face paint with a marker. And Asari's, like, wild watercolor work. It's fucking cool. I mean, Catastros, one whole Final Fantasy 14. That's a lot of Final Fantasy. We were joking about that in general yesterday. As Fred's mad that Sea of Thieves doesn't actually contain the liquid form of people that steal. So we've been joking about that one a lot. And I was like, look, if you want to take it up with me, take it up with Final Fantasy XIV. Not only is it not the final Final Fantasy, but it doesn't end. There's no finality about it. it's Moogles all the way down. Oh, and Dice Goddess, like, that's the absolute best way. Because either, like, just popping out, like, a free demo on Steam and stuff like that is a great way to kind of, like, flex your talents. And who knows? I mean, Star Mazers ended up getting a massive fan base. No, not Star Mazer. Shite, what was it? Hang on, bear with me a second here. Starfetchers. Now, Starfetchers is more anarchic than your style and less commercial. But yeah, the team behind it just put out what they called Episode 1 just free. So I'll post it there. The reason I mention it is because their main game animation style is like paper doll with a feckin' heap of nonsense jammed on it. And I'm not saying that you should go for this style of like weird gun-catter-ness, but one of the main enemies in that game is stock photo of a horse. Like, Honest, you make a good point. That The Last of Us did in fact leave more of us for a sequel, and possibly even more of us. So, sadly not the last. So Catastrophe, we made it as far as the City of Tears, and it was a lot of fun. I spent a lot of time having to combat against ice physics and reversey-pursey controls. What was wild is I thought the boss fights would be impossible, but it was like everybody poured on all the effects at once. So for Mantis Village, I got given like the Berserk Nail and God mode. So I was just like, wapa, wapa, wapa! Bug Knight wins! It was great. Yes, Aldous, you are correct. The Endless series does get a pass. Because we'd only be able to, like, you know, potentially file a civil suit in the event that we reached the end of time and the Endless series ended before then. It's like Last Clap. There could always be another Endless game. Mega Boss, that game is no joke. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Sorry I'm a bit, like, all over the place today. I went to go get coffee to just get my arse in gear today. And my card got declined repeatedly. So the guy at our local coffee place was like, hey, don't worry about it. And Catastrophe, I mean, we can talk about this now. Sorry, Catastrophe was asking if we're going to continue with crowd control. It was lovely going back to Hollow Knight, and adding crowd control was a lot of fun. So it was a great excuse, and like, as you know, we're trying to dig our asses out of financial fuckery at the moment, so the combination of people helping and being able to fuck with me in real time, I think is pretty fun. So long as you're all enjoying it, I don't mind continuing. What's interesting about it in crowd control is that the most dangerous parts are actually the parts like between bosses and between benches. Like, that's the bits where I can get absolutely destroyed. Like, I'm probably going to end up spending a week in fucking Deep Nest. Because things like the Summon Bees is an area effect, not a timed effect. Much like the lasers and the friendo that gives you infinite power. Yeah. Boundless, I'm glad you're enjoying that, because that was kind of like the vibe of it. And I think it works because we've all done Hollow Knight together as a group. Like, it's not... Yeah. And like I said, I'm not against playing, like, spoopy, scary games for yours entertainment. You know? The last time, just... It was a combination of people messing with me in the real, as well as the game being very intense. Was just too much. I saw Megaboss. In fact, the team behind the Warhammer Skulls promotion very kindly sent me a key for it. Because we didn't get chosen for the Skulls promotion, which I found out Raoul Cooley's running. So I would have had an excuse to be like, hey buddy! Hey buddy! Hey buddy! And Joda, Watto, and welcome. Jackie, hello, hello. Oh yeah, so Catastrophe's like, I can completely understand. I did put myself in that situation, so like, I didn't want anybody who was supporting Shark Week to feel guilty. And, you know, it's a lot. There is a single-player Death-like game that, if I remember the name of it, I'll have to show you all. But, I don't know, I think that anyone who does a job like mine, who sits in front of a crowd and says, hey, please, you know, please tip generously, I think, I don't know, I don't agree with, like, the masochism of it, but I think, I don't know, we talked about this so many times, and I still don't know actually how to vocalize, I feel like I owe you all, you know, and I want to work hard for that. Anyway, we're not going to go down that old path. Kimball, Watto, and welcome, how are you doing? Wherever my brain was going to go next, it has disappeared. Unfortunately, aside from like game news stuff, I have been very boring. I haven't played anything interesting in the last couple of days. Like, it's just been fighting brain spiders and painting Gundams. Megaboss, see, the thing is, I'm such a proponent of video games that I try and experience as much of the envelope-pushing stuff as I can, which does include, like, things that make me afraid. And with phobias and the ilk, we can reach a similar emotional state because it's kind of hard-coded into the human experience, but what gets us there is going to be different. Like, if you don't have thalassophobia or a fear of sharks and shit like that, you're going to be able to breeze through an underwater game with a whimsical, like, ha 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 ha. But maybe you have arachnophobia or any others. So you can reach a similar state in other games. And whilst, like, the reaction is real, the environment is safe. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not actually by the ocean. I'm not actually sticking my face in shark-infested waters. And so, like, I'm not against experiencing those. Jesus. Yeah, Jackie, you're quickly becoming like the Twitch patron saint of lost causes. I do not know what Ubisoft has done to Beyond Good and Evil 2, and if it is still coming, I think they completely swapped out the fucking team at this point. It's fucking wild. So, like, okay, on a different side of the spectrum of like video games experiential stuff, I saw an interesting Twitter thread today about using sexy games to explore like concepts of like gender and sexuality and stuff like that. And I love the concept, but from what I've seen as to, we'll call them commercial sexy games, most of them are bad. Most of them are very bad. And definitely bad from like a, you know, an understanding the self kind of perspective. So one of these days when I have a bit more disposable income, I'm just going to do a deep dive into like what the sexual smorgasbord of sexy games is. Because while I agree with the person's intent that using video games as a way to explore the self is a very, very good space to do that in, fuck yeah, 2 thumbs up. Like, I do not think the current pantheon of titles does anything in that space that things like, you know, Second Life and IMVU didn't do 1,000 years ago. Sorry, friends, I'm taking you on some wild conversation topics today. Yeah, what? So Catastros, that's been my understanding for a long time, that a good sexy game has a good game and then has aspects of like, sexy relations. But I've not actually delved that hard into them. Like, when I stop and think, and like, the last game that I played where people actually had, like, you know, consensual sexy times, like, I've really got to kind of cast my mind back. And in that regard, like, what did we actually, like, what did we as the user actually see, and what did we have agency over? Oh, though Kybal says sexy game devs are apparently very nice to work for and pay well. Lovely. And Jackie, I don't want to go towards Bayonetta, because, well, this is why I want to get a better understanding of the space, because, at least as it was explained to me, Bayonetta is an example of a character that embodies their sexuality, but it is not a sexy game. It's not about, you know, Bayonetta's adventures in, we'll call it Bounce Town. Do you know what I mean? So, and Greybeard, Watto and welcome. So Ragnar, good old Leisure Suit Larry, a main staple of the nonsense. I'd almost want to remove that one from the conversation. It's kind of like, one of the things that we can be very guilty of in video games is that we can have these iconic franchises that can dominate the conversation whilst the rest of the industry moves past them, you know? And Larry, good old Leisure Suit Larry kind of cornered that space 1,000 years ago, and it's kind of held on to it. What? You know what? So, this is a topic I'll need to do a bit more research in before we get into. But, because Jackie and Fearless, we'll talk about that in a second, because that is very sad. Just want to finish off this little thread before we move on. And so, last year, I was a judge for the Big Indie Pitch. That was the thing I did last Tuesday, where I was, like, being pitched to by projects, and I got to be a judge. It was great fun. And the previous year, this individual was doing a round of pitching, and they took kind of the what if RPG Maker, but with sexy characters format, added a little bit more gameplay, a little bit more interactivity, and some really high quality characters. I was like, wow, this is real good. And then afterwards I was chatting with them, and like, they're already completely funded. Their Patreon funds their production, and I find that fascinating. But what's interesting about that is that the Patreon is specifically looking for something, alright? I don't want to go into the details, but like, they want a very specific thing, and that is what that Patreon is there for. So the team in question, so long as they keep that thing, that core beat element, the gameplay elements around it can change, but they can never change away from the core thing, because if they do that, then the Patreon audience will leave. So, like I said, I need to do some more research into it. And yeah, Immortal Len, you are entirely correct. Steam, like, releasing the dump valve on games being released in the commercial space. It's kind of fascinating. Huh. But yeah, I don't want to go too hard on this topic because one, I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable, and two, like, I'm still only talking with like a base level of understanding. Because, as you're pointing out, like, a lot of these projects are funded by Patreon, which means they stay in these, like, self-contained ecosystems, which means they don't really have to interact with the games industry as a whole. Which is kind of fascinating when you stop and think about it, but that's another story. Yeah, and Orion Pirate, it is important to remember those text-based games that were kind of the breakaway successes. You know, for anything that couldn't be visually represented, text-based adventures, fucking yo. Okay, so, moving on to next topic. So, video game news of the day. It's mostly... some good. Total War officially announced the next game, which will be based in Egypt, which will be fascinating. So Total War Pharaoh will be the next drop. But the rest of the video game news is weird and a bit sad. Sadly, Sega announced today that they're doing massive redundancies over at Relic. Whether that's in direct response to the new Company of Heroes or things that we don't know about, it's hard. Activision Blizzard was fined $5,000 for Diablo Immortal's loot boxes. That's €5,000, which is nothing to them for a game where people spend that on loot boxes. But alright. And Blizzard have been very, very open about their use of like AI generative concept art, and it is very strange considering their current climate that they would be doing some big old announcements around those, but okay. Those have kind of been the big uns. And Varbles, Watto and welcome. Like, it's been a weird Tuesday. I know a lot of people were avoiding doing any big old announcements like yesterday and today, because alongside us still coming off the end of the Tears of the Kingdom, we've also been dealing with the Final Fantasy 16 previews. So, yeah, and Greybeard. That's... yeah, that would have had some effect, but... and Fearless, so while understandable, most of Sega's, like, God, I can't even speak today. Most of Sega's, like, PC majority titles are essentially long tail sellers. So, like, Company of Heroes doesn't sell 10 million copies in a weekend. Company of Heroes sells a shitload of copies every year for the rest of forever. That's where a lot of its strength comes from. So if I had to guess, I would say that there was another project that's been canned. Oh, fascinating. Megaboss was saying tomorrow Games Workshop will show a preview of the Orcs rules for 10th edition. Lovely. Because Thursday is Skulls, right? The big Warhammer announcement day. Right, and again, I'm not involved in Skulls. But they did send me a copy of Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun, which I haven't had a chance to try yet, but I'm looking forward to. Kai was like, Sega don't really make money. I loaned out Sonic. Yo, the Sonic licensing makes the bank. But what was fascinating is... so friends, if you look at how Sega has changed over the last 10 or 15 years, right? The shift away from console production and the continuation of funding teams like you know, CA and Relic and stuff like that, like, Sega kind of fell into having this really strong niche, and they're just holding it. And if I had to guess, I would say it's because they make the kind of games that continue to sell. People still buy Sonic. People still buy the Yakuza series. And especially, like, strategy games are infamous for having a long tail. So, like, you get enough of those together. See, Ragnar, I saw that, and it is killing me that that term has taken root. The term boomer shooter. Because all the fucking boomers I've ever had to deal with didn't play bloody video games. Like, it was kind of like the generation sub them was like all the individuals that I encountered who actually got into these things. Like the kind of people who actually played, you know, Doom and Duke Nukem and Shadow Warrior and all of those. I feel my irk is because it feels like yet another thing has been claimed by the generation that didn't put any fucking effort in. But, however, video game genres are what they are. Like, I might not like it, but if that's the term that everybody uses, that's the term that takes hold. Well, so, Orion Pirate, there is a game coming from the Hypnospace Outlaw team that is specifically calling itself a Gen X shooter, and it looks fucking funny. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like Zack X and the face punchiestness. Well, no, Wolfgrab, we're not specifically talking about genres, don't worry. I'm not going to inflict that upon you again. More just that the term boomer shooter has taken root in gaming. But, oh, and Shaunerus, Watto and welcome. I hope you get it sorted, Shaunerus, I really do. Mega Boss says, did someone say immersive sim?
Stop it!
Hey! So, Catastros, thank you for gifting a sub to Lance. Lance, sorry I didn't say what ho when you came on in. I think I'm gonna morph the invisible hat into just a greeting button. So in case I don't say a hello, you can be like, what's up? Now, immersive sim, if we're talking about it seriously for a second, is feckin' wild because it isn't a genre, but it is a descriptor of a philosophy. And actually, you know what's been fascinating, Asari, is like, when I say my generation, I mean like those of us in their, you know, late 30s, 40s. Like, what we were told was, air quotes, video game music has become music. It's become culture, which I find fascinating. That, you know, people will stick musical references from like, you know, 8 and 16-bit era titles into regular tunes. Lance says I'm about mid-30s. What am I? Hey, honestly, generations stopped making any kind of sense after the rollout of like mass internet. But that's my humble opinion. And Stepagen, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, so I haven't had the chance to try Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun. It looks glorious. One person made... The only critique I've seen of Bolt Gun is that the aforementioned Bolt Gun is the most fun gun to use in the game. And I'm like... I don't really see that as a critique. That's like getting mad at Doom 2 that the Super Shotgun's too fun. Lance has decided that they are in fact the jar of mayo broadcast on Wacky Deli for 30 minutes in Rocco's Modern Life. God. Do you know what, Fred? Actually, yes. Because with 40k bolt gun, you need to know fucking nothing about the world or the universe or anything. You can just face roll. You have a sword that's a chain sword and a gun that goes dakka dakka dakka. Let's fucking go. Do you need to know about the different chapters and their Primarchs and their history? No. You don't even need to know who's goody, who's baddie. It's like, I am two hands and my hands go... And Megaboss, the only reason why I wouldn't say orcs would be better is that because in all other media, orcs are portrayed as the bad guys. And as I'm quickly coming to understand, as I learn more and more about like newer modern 40k, the orcs are the only people having fun in the whole ass galaxy. Sorry, I think the Ratchet & Clank weapon systems were so good because they took all of the mimetic weapons and all of the nonsense from like the early wave 3D games and only took the good bits and went from there. Because like, there was games like Armed and Dangerous and a whole bunch of others. Because, I mean, I know you all know this, but I love talking about it. That when we left the billboarding, like, Doom-esque style shooters and moved into 3D, people took the design philosophies and carried them over and tried to expand upon it. That being weapons as USPs. So, I guess this is a history lesson for you youngins. After the success of Doom and Duke Nukem 3D and stuff like that, a lot of teams tried to create successful first-person shooters, and the differentiation they would put through would be the weapons. USB, a unique selling point. The thing you put on the back of the box that makes someone go, whoa! So it was very common for games to say, has 15 unique weapons, including the butthole explodinator and shit like that. And the weapons got increasingly ridiculous. It's kind of like a conceptual arms race. And so that same philosophy was taken over to a lot of like early 3D games. Armed and Dangerous... wait, hang on. Because... There we go, yeah. Armed and Dangerous is used very much as the poster child for this. And everyone brings it up because one of the weapons was a land shark gun. Just to fucking remind me. This is a really good example of like first wave like 3D concepts. So, you know, you have a mechanical Roman centurion and an edgelord fighting, I guess, everybody. Like, plot's kind of almost non-existent, but the redonkulous weapons and weird character designs are kind of there. So by the time Ratchet & Clank started, like, hitting markets, they basically cherry-picked all the dumb ideas that everybody else had taken only the good ones, and smashed them together. So that's why. And Lance, no lies detected. Oh god, yeah. Actually, you know what, Fred? Turok is another great example of just like bizarre and wild weapon designs in early 3D. Because here's the thing, very few of the weapons in Turok were actually fun to use. But like things like the cerebral bore and stuff like that, like trying to think of some others. It was interesting because, like, I actually wouldn't put Serious Sam in that same point. Serious Sam was kind of like a reaction to where the rest of the industry was going. Shooty gunbang stuff is always fascinating in video games because it's been such a dominant part of our, like, commercial industry. Yeah, I don't feel this is entirely spot on. Like, Duke Nukem 3D had a lot of interesting stuff, and it was fascinating what they did from a technical standpoint. So, like, the shrink gun, the freeze ray. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Lance, we can talk about Bulletstorm. I'm always down to talk about that. 1,000 years ago, I think it was Catastros gifted me the fixed version on Steam. So at some point, we will play it. Mainly because, like, Bulletstorm is a great example of when your narrative team and your design team are two different teams and they are not friends. And Fred, have yourself a lovely rest of your day, friend. To be continued. Ragnar, gotta love that. What was it? Unreal Engine 2? Unreal Engine 3? Those free filters. Again, so friends, if you ever want to get into like the nitty-gritty of this, Errant Signal has been doing a wonderful long play series called The Children of Doom. Of basically looking at all the things that led to Doom, how it separated, and then all the effects on those. Oh yeah, Catastros. I wholeheartedly agree. On top of that, like, it cannot be understated that Duke Nukem, like, just Duke Nukem 3D's level design is still best in show in a whole bunch of places. In fact, there's a bunch of times where I'm just like, ugh, why did they have to just have the juvenile booby moments and stuff like that? Like, but anyway, like, obviously content warnings are plenty if you do go back and play Duke Nukem 3D, but the actual construction of the levels is fascinating. They feel like places where people could live and be. Like, the construction is simultaneously very well, what's the word? You're very well chaperoned through the environments, at the same time as feeling like it's very, very freeform, very emergent. Like, again, I really wanna dunk on the content of Duke Nukem, but in terms of its contributions and in terms of like its technical achievements, it's still feckin' so good. I hate it. No, I don't. Sorry, that's the wrong way of putting it, but you know what I'm saying. Alright, where's me? Oh god, okay. Let's bring you back here. Yeah, Wolfcrad, that's a much better way of putting it. It is very much a reflection of its time. And sometimes it is nice to go back to it just to see how far we've come as an industry. We've still got loads more we can do, but it's just such a fascinating title. So, obviously, we're not going to jump into game right now, but today we are playing an interesting game. We are playing a game called The Lone Blade. This is an independent title being made by a handful of people out of France, I believe? Yeah. And what's fascinating about this is the demo for it was a very, very successful, it was on a very, very successful indie bundle a while back. I'm trying to find the name of it because I had it last night, but it was a fascinating little project where you bought a fake cassette with like 100 indie games on. And that's what we're going to be jumping into today. Now, if this isn't a game that we want to watch as a whole, like, I do want to show it to you all because It is a fascinating example of, yo, we made this for a game jam, and people liked it, so we kept going. The vague premise is we play a magical sword trying to climb its way out of this like massive tower. And at least so far as I can tell, it's that at first glance it's pretending to be a climb the mountain rage game, but in actuality it has a story and a meaning to it. And you know what, Lance? That is a very good point. That Duke Nukem Forever was and it could have been so much worse, and then it was with Duke Nukem Forever. Amos, what's up, buddy? You just having a little potter about? That's my dog. Uh-oh. Are we good? Okay, no, we're okay. That was weird. Sorry, the soundtrack just stopped playing, and I was like, no. We have not lost internet. I will cry. Alright, we're okay. We're okay. I was watching the feckin' error messages like a hawk, and I'm like, wait, nothing's happening. Alright. Oh. But yeah, because a bunch of you were in before I was showing off earlier, so yeah. I haven't got anything in the way of super interesting stories. I have not played any fascinating, interesting games, and I've mostly been doing Battle with Brain Spiders by the medium of my airbrushing work, which has come out very, very nicely. I'm very, very happy with how this is turned out. So this was the lace as a kind of essentially like a mask, and it's worked really feckin' well. Not all of it has worked as well. I tried using the metallic red, and that didn't work. But also, I've been fighting against this feckin' acrylic paint that I got, and it's meant to be this gorgeous like red gold, and I don't know what it is, but like regardless of how I prepare it, regardless of like, you know, the whatchamacallit, the KPI on the airbrush and everything, it always clogs. I have no idea why. I have no idea why. So I need to sit down with somebody that really knows airbrushing, because as I was saying to peeps at the beginning of the show, it's one of those things that it's not a basic baby thing, so it's not covered in any of the here's how to airbrush tutorials, and it's not something super complex because it's not in any of like the high-end stuff. So it's something obvious that everybody else knows that I haven't come across. Kind of, I have been adding a medium, so I've been using the yeah. Yeah, I have been using thinner, so like the first time I tried it, because the stuff I got said ready to paint out of the bottle. It was not. It absolutely wasn't. And Fiona helped me unclog 2 airbrushes. And then I did all what I thought was, I did all my research. I got my thinner. I sorted it out and sprayed okay for about a minute or two, and then started to clog up again. I'm like, nah, this shouldn't be happening. Like, so if you notice my hands are vaguely pink and shiny, that is the aftermath of trying to scrub this ruddy paint off. I haven't done a murder. So in the end, I just used a matte red water base, and I'm going to see if I can get a nice shine out of it using top coat. Ragnar, I do use rattle balls in my paints, but honestly, most of the shakeable ones come with them now. I mean, the day is young, Lance. The day is young. But yeah, I don't know. It's a really nice paint, and it wasn't expensive. But, like, first time my mistake was believing them when they said it does not need to be thinned. It does not need any of the medium stuff to... And so, like I said, I thought it was set to go last night, and it absolutely feckin' wasn't. So yeah, so that's how exciting I've been. I know, super, super off the chain. Hey, Wolfgrad, you did do a massive feckin' donation on Saturday. And also, anything that goes through crowd control doesn't contribute to dethroning the Jarl. Oh, okay, Mega Boss. Sleep well, to be continued. Have a lovely rest of your evening. God, sorry, I haven't used oil paints in 1,000 years. I mean, they don't really... Hey! J-Post, feckin' thank you. And Ragnar, which D2 would that be? There are many. There are many. So yeah, so Wolfgrad, yeah, the crowd control stuff doesn't change because I believe the whole thing is you'll get bits, turn bits into coins, and then use the coins to wreck my day. And the transference of bits to coins happens kind of outside of the Twitch ecosystem. Okay. Well, I mean, like, Ragnar, I personally am not going to be doing a lot of weathering, at least not for a while. As I'm sure I've told you, like, I have that whole, like, fresh off the line sports car aesthetic when it comes to mechs. None of that space dust. Oh, excuse me, but like, I really appreciate people that can bust that out. Lod logs. Anyway, sorry. I know I'm a little bit wavy-davy today. But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how this one comes together. There's a few on here I need to fix, and again, I don't think you can kind of see, because I don't think the camera's fidelity is high enough. But with some of them, I tried using the metallic red with the lace effect, and unfortunately, it stuck the lace to the piece, and so when I pulled it up, it came up with base coat and all. So I think those will get like a bit of a light sanding. Oh yeah, no, Ragnar. The actual paint itself, I've got to take my headphones off because these are at the back. Like, when it goes, it's beautiful. I mean, again, the camera's not doing it justice, but it's got more of a metallic shine than the candy apple that it looks like it has. But like, when it works, it's freaking grand. And actually, no. So, Legend, this isn't the Nightingale. This is the Barbatus. It was the very first kit that I got from Jaraland that kind of got me started on this path. And I didn't feel like I did a good job when I built it. And so I went back, like, rebuilt parts, sanded parts, and now I'm giving it like a fancy paint job. And it's good for experimentation, you know what I mean? Ragnar, you are wrong. It's just the Lupus. It's not the Lupus Rex. I don't actually have the Lupus Rex. Though the standard full mechanics master grade Barbatus is like one of my favorite kits of all time. Like, I built it, I loved it, and if I'm ever flush, I'll get another one just to paint, you know? Like, I'm not going to paint the one I have because I love it so much. Yeah, the Lupus Rex! Am I right? Lupus Rex face! Hey, Eric, how are you doing? Okay. And Eric, yeah, how are you doing, friend? Shocking no one, we're back talking about Gundams.
I recently received a bonus and wanted to share. Please continue with the stream.
Just casually, just continue with the stream. Fucking hell. No, Kaimble, like, seriously, thank you so fucking much. Fucking yo. And Kaimble, I hope your bonus was stonkingly good, and I really hope that, like, you're doing real good, friend. But fucking hell! Fuck. Okay, Wolfcrad, you have been unseated. We have a new Jarl. Just continue and stream. No need for alarm. Ah, nice. Kaimble managed to get themselves an iPad. Feckin' yo. Like, Kaimble, I know you've been working your ass off for that, like, so, feckin' yo. Feckin' yo. And Scarred giving the pint glass out. Well, okay, so Kaimble, like, as the Jarl, what is your decree? Because that is a very large amount of health. No, seriously, like, Kaimble, I cannot say thank you enough. Like, seriously. So, feckin' cheers to you and yo. Lizzie, why are you like this? Kaimble's like, I didn't think this through. Hey, good rulers never expect to rule, right? Some might argue it makes you, like, perfectly suited to the Jarldom. Even the guineas sing of your ascension to the throne. Feckin' yo, sorry, just feckin' yo. Thank you. Fuck. It was me getting my card declined trying to get a coffee this morning, and you're like, kablam! Feckin' yo. Sadly, sorry, I think I am physically incapable. I am physically incapable of that. On the subject of feelings, if you all would also like to feel feelings, Gundam The Witch from Mercury continues. Stuff happened in Gundam The Witch from Mercury. If you haven't gotten up to date, don't snooze on it. If you've been waiting to start watching it, watch it. I keep doing this thing because it usually drops on a Sunday where I just start messaging friends. I'm like, have you seen it? Have you seen it? And then once people start watching, once they come back to me with like, ah, I'm like, ah, so you too have seen the episode. Now I can also go, ah. Oh god. Okay, so we went to go get a couple of bevies last night because brain spiders have been rampant, and I got myself as a little treat this It Gets Better zombie samurai beer. I even left the can here just to show you because I don't know. That's a great little message, and feckin' look at this can art, right? So that was my little treat yesterday. There's a new guy behind the counter at our local offie, so I tried to strike up conversation with him. And he was wearing a Hunter x Hunter shirt. Yes, I will say it like that. No, I don't care what the creator said. So, oh, Kimball, you would love the beer can art out here. Like, it is wild. I don't know if I showed you all the giant robot, the Two Crows giant robot beer. But yeah. So I try and strike up a conversation, because you know me, I'm a chatty kind of guy. There's a new person at my local offie. Obviously, I want to make friends, because, like, you know, you're the person that sells me incredibly cheap booze. So what I try is I try and go with, like, a strong gambit. I'm like, yo, are you up to date on Gundam, The Witch and Mercury? And they go, nah. And I was like, oh, well, it's really, really good. And, you know, before I could kind of continue, the guy was just like, yeah, you know, I really don't get on with... Amos, don't you dare. God damn it, dog. Sorry, Amos was about to shit in the house. I'll be back in just a second. This is my life. This is my life. Okay, sorry about that, friends. Well, whatever it is has dropped out of my head, but I'm sure it will come back to me because I do not have a lot of stories at the moment. Okay. Oh, feckin' yo. So you know, the TLDR was I just saw this person was an anime fan, so I brought up Witch and Mercury, and like before I was kind of like even talking about it, the dude was just like, yeah, no, I didn't watch that. I don't like its aesthetic. And I stopped. I kind of thought about it. And he started telling me about, like, Demon Slayer, which is... Demon Slayer's alright. If you want a show, you can just do that. Like, Demon Slayer is very, very pretty. Turn your brain off shonen-ness. It's fine. But, like, it took me a couple of seconds. So I was like, oh, well, you know, it's a lot more iron-blooded orphans than we had initially expected, and yada yada yada. And then it struck me. I was like, wait, what aesthetic does he not like about it? I was like, oh, he doesn't like women. Oh god, I have brocked an incel. Oh no, this is bad times, bears. How can I excuse myself from conversation? Because like. Seattle in general is very, very queer friendly, and it's rare to encounter individuals thusly. Just caught me right off guard. I mean, Lance, the other way around, but yes. Now, I will say, Gundam the Witch from Mercury puts forward an aesthetic very early on, like the kids in... the kids go to magical school to do magical things, but instead of magic, it's giant robots. Okay. But by the end of Season 1, that whole scenario is totally earned. And 2, they absolutely want to lure you in with this, like, this cute kids doing cute, happy things together at Gundam school thing, just so they can crush you later. Do I know where the story is going? No. No fucking clue. No fucking clue. But let me tell you, I'm excited to see where it is. Well, so yeah, so Dice Goddess, the prologue episode has no mercy. And I think that was a pretty smart power play on their point, because it meant that people weren't waiting around. Like, we had this lingering sense of, like, oh shit. Because a lot of people bounced off of Iron-Blooded Orphans because of how long it took to get to the Gundam doing Gundam stuff. And you know what, Eric, I have noticed that between people who are really into Demon Slayer, like, there's a correlation, and you're right, it's probably got something to do with the most prominent femme-presenting character is looks like a child and is locked in a box 90% of the time. Lagmeister, that is... Oh, the Stardew Valley mech farming game sadly got delayed. And I'm desperately trying to remember the name of it. But it is still coming out. God darn it, what was it called? Is it Starlight? No. Ah, beans. I'll have to look into it. I will say, though, for turning your brain off for really pretty fight scenes that make no sense, you could do worse than Demon Slayer. It's great background noise whilst doing other things. Lightyear Frontier. Thank you, Alnus. I'll get you the Steam page. They had to delay the release, and they're going to be rolling into early access at some point. But yeah, Starlight Frontier is basically a non-combat version of that one episode of Love, Death, and Robots, where it's you and your converted battle mech just creating like a little farming colony, and that's it. Like, your mech's got this cute kind of like tractor aesthetic, and all of your equipment is varying, like, you know, farming and landscaping tools and stuff like that. It looks real cute. Hello, River. Amos, leave her alone. So yeah. God. Although, like, comparable to previous seasons, I've not been watching a lot of... Amos, leave it! Fuck's sake. I've not been binging as much anime recently. Ranking of Kings is back, and is currently just kind of little... Here's what happened during this bit of Season 1 side stories, which is lovely, but... You know, the way that first season ended, I was so, like, besotted with it. I want the story to continue. I appreciate this, but nah, you gotta give me some more story here. I'm invested. There's always time for more river. I've had that one recommended, Eric. The guy who just punches the hardest to get into, like, wizard school. Huh. Dice Goddess says they've been showing their 12-year-old Inuyasha. That will be... What a fascinating effect. I mean, what I do love is that, like, not quite to the same extent as video games, but anime's just now part of culture, like, and it makes me very happy. It's fascinating to see. It's not a strange thing to be into or have knowledge of. Because, like, a lot of people who were, like, second wave, I went from 0 to Akira and Ghost in the Shell. So, like, I went from 0 to full on. Oh, and they're also watching Spy Family. Great shout. Great shout. Oh. Well, also Lagmeister, I believe that's what Park Programs is talking about, and I haven't had the chance to watch it yet. Friends, bear with me just a second. I have a feeling Amos is getting into mischief. Anyway, sorry about that, friends. Okay. So where were we? Well, I'll tell you what. I have a game to show you all. Let me just, you know what? I'll bang out a tweet. Why not? Can tell the internet. can't spell beginnings. But yeah, so friends, what have you been playing? And also, like, aside from Wizard Punch Hard, like, what have you all been watching? Because I have been kind of like chipping away at all the Disney Plus stuff that I hadn't seen. Yeah, so I'm kind of in a straight. Legends. I've been watching you. Well, let me tell you, this season of watching Will's face is getting a bit strange. Let me tell you. Everything that's really good post-apocalyptic stuff. Lagmeisters on One Piece. Always never-ending One Piece. Yes, Kimball, I do remember Catherine. And that strange time where they were also working alongside their twin sister, which was very surreal. Amos, leave it! Trying to break into the watering can. Anyway, sorry about that. Oh shit! Good on her. I was just saying that Catherine's going to be on the Great British Sewing Bee. Huh, massive. Dari's on the new the Honkai Star Rail. Been surprised at the story and characters. Yo! I can completely understand it. I mean, you'll know I'm obsessed with Arc Knights, and the story of that one's actually surprisingly good. Which that's something I did not expect. Way cool. It's kind of fascinating to see like where everybody went in the industry and stuff like that. I know Media Molecule did hoover up a bunch of really cool people from like Alien Team and stuff. I was actually chatting with Craig yesterday at Fair Wedge. We're quietly planning our the Rome 2 10th anniversary hangout. So basically, Craig and I this August are going to sit down and just share all the goss. Just going to go wild. So we're trying to see which friendos we're going to like bring together for that one. And Fearless, the butt one was Nike, Goddess of War. That was the one with the surprisingly incredibly dark opening segment where you have to shoot your tutorial character in the face as they beg for death. And Kyle, you're right, NDAs do expire! See, that's a problem, Fearless. You gotta be specific, because there is, in fact, booty-focused mobile titles. In the Mobage, nothing is beyond parody. But no, it's been fascinating, like, at least in my little, like, bubble of people I work with directly in Rome 2. So, like, Craig and a bunch of people went off to Curve Digital. And I think Joey went back to Sega. Sadly, a few of my alumni got real into crypto. So there's a couple of people who are still in the Web3 space, and it's like, oh honey, no. No. But okay, Eric, I cannot promise that, but I will try not to just have a complete meltdown live on Twitch. Kind of works with 3 ex-alien people. I'm not surprised. Like, CA is now such a huge part of the UK games industry. Kind of like how Rockstar used to be. I don't know if it's still the case, but like, for those who don't know, like, it was very, very, very uncommon to be part of a game dev team in the UK and not have a bunch of like ex-Rockstar employees. Who, I know we talked about this the other day, but the best way to describe people leaving Rockstar is like rescue dogs. Like, Rockstar chew people up and just grind them into dust. But then again, so sorry, like, I haven't had a chance to listen to a lot of podcasts. Honestly, the only one I've been listening to is Ben's work with Jump Leads, which is very funny. Huh, Almus, that's fascinating. I guess anybody in kind of like Scotland or the north of England is probably inundated with Rockstar peeps. Although, I guess, when did they do their last big round of firings? Because that's usually the point at which everyone gets kind of disseminated into the industry. Just in case you didn't know, Rockstar are not good to their people. Some people survive, and some people like do well, but they survive in the face of a development environment that shouldn't exist. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't keep banging on about this, but when the news broke a couple years back about how everyone working on Red Dead Redemption 2 had been ground into a fine powder, everyone was like, "Le gasp? Rockstar be bad?" I was like, wait, I thought we all knew this. I thought we were all very, very, very aware of this. Like, yeah, Ehrman, Game Jam is people. Nutrient-rich sludge is previous developers. Oh, also, sorry, let me be a slightly better friend. So if you haven't had the chance to listen to Jump Leads yet, please, 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 though, give it a listen, because it's very funny. It's very much, well, I keep calling it Red Dwarf, but it's more like Blackadder meets Sliders. It's got that kind of like that sharp snark that I'm always impressed by people who can write that caliber of funny. I can occasionally be funny on accident. That is about it. That is about it. Like, it could happen. So, let's get this game started, and we can keep talking about this kind of this stuff. Like, wailing on Rockstar feels like it's important to keep mentioning it, but at the same time, they have made so much money that it really feels kind of pointless. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I can repeatedly say, like, they do bad and have bad business practices. There we go. But, like, what does it even matter? Oh, so Lance, I would not say that if a game is fun, the devs are having fun. Like, I don't know if Kindball's still chilling in Illing, but... Oh. A long time ago, there was a man who had it all, and pushed the start button way too early. We'll come back to that story in a second. But mankind isn't known for its satiety? Mankind isn't known for being sated. His greed was so great, it caused a misfortune that none could have foreseen.
My cousin got married and I made 3 new nerd friends at her
Yay!
wedding. Here's bits to celebrate joy.
Fuck yeah! And congratulations! Amos! God. A dog is actually going to put me in a grave. And Wolfcrown, and even thank you for the bits. His greed was so great, caused misfortune that no one could have foreseen. Oi, leave it. As he killed out of belief, he forgot the faces of those he once loved. And out of the pain he caused, emerged more and more suffering. Jostled by the crisis, the orders broke and had no choice but to fight against a common enemy. And therefore, the gods, witnessed amongst his kind, had no choice but to act. Wiping out all life but his own, they condemned him to contemplate the loss he had caused. Thus the years passed, in a silence that only death knew how to perpetrate. However, one day the man had a dream. A lucid dream where he realized he could move again. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, I would love to do
Am
more
I
video
dreaming?
stuff.
Why does this place seem so familiar?
Why are you so
Yet
loud?
So different.
Okay. There we go. No feckin' controls. Alright, I gotta turn mine down. I'll turn it down for y'all. Okay, so I wanted to introduce you all to this game before we kicked off. The TLDR about it is that this title is a very indie game. It was originally a Game Jam game, and then included in a like grand grab bag of indie titles. So yeah, this is absolutely going to be rough around the edges, friends. So, like, forgive me while I'm multi-track drifting. But yeah, so what the reason why I called yourself out is that it is entirely possible to work on a game that is fun and have a fucking hard time about it. Like, the process of making a fun game isn't always fun. And in fact, sometimes it can be a bloody slog. Now, how people are treated during that and after is definitely worth discussing. The thing with Rockstar is that Rockstar has no qualms in throwing people out on their arse at the end of like a long death march. Yeah, as Kybal says, it feels like a war and you band together. You're basically trauma bonded with your co-workers. Hell, when I got taught the term like marketing campaign, I was like, oh shit. It was like, no. Think of this like a war march. There are goals, there are objectives. You win some, you lose some. You will be tested. Hell, I was talking to Craig yesterday and, like, I'm genuinely amazed nobody died on the Rome 2 launch. You know?
Am I dreaming? Why does this place seem so familiar, yet so different?
So yeah, sorry. This game is going to be interesting, to say the very least. But the premise is as simple as you can see. You play a sentient sword, you leap and you jump. And yeah, the premise of this game is this guy was such a villain. He caused so much suffering. The gods got rid of everyone but him and left him basically to contemplate all the shit that he did. Sort of. Like, I think that's definitely the vibe that they're going for. But one of the reasons why I wanted to show you all this one is not because I thought it would be like a haha rage game, but the idea of overcoming an insurmountable task. Oh, there we go. Like, overcoming something that's seemingly impossible. I don't know. Ah! I was very, very curious to see where this went. You know what I mean? Now, this could have been called I was cursed by the gods and now I'm a sword in another world, or maybe it's a dream. Or, like, who even is our character? Like, you know, perhaps they aren't truly the villainous entity trapped at the bottom. Nani? Oh yeah, no, and Fearless, like, especially a AAA games launch really does feel that way. You know, and what's interesting about it is that even if the game is good and you like something...
Again, I gaze upon this world, awake at last.
Sorry, I'm just going to add that, like, even if you like the game you're working on and the people you're working with, that's no guarantee that it's going to be easy or good. And the thing that no one really talks about is how you can start to feel incredibly guilty. Like, if it is a brutal project and if it is something that is requiring like a lot of time and a lot of effort emotionally, you don't want to leave because you know everybody's going through the shit together. Like, I often feel like that's something that doesn't get discussed enough. Is kind of, it's not even emotional blackmail because it's very rarely intentional. I'm sure there are devs out there who have done it intentionally, or dev teams I should say, but like, but it's weird. Okay. Speaking of weird, I am a sentient sword, and I am not a sentient sword cursed to be in another world, and I'm having a very bad time. But yeah, and what's interesting is like even dev teams with good intentions that look after their people may not realize how bad a situation has gotten until it's already very bad.
Everything is free here. There are no crowds.
Dice was just saying that leaving the first project they were on was difficult for a reason. Yeah, because you do feel a sense of, I don't want to say responsibility, but yeah. Bennett Foddy unsheathed. Oh, that's a good one. And I will say, friends, like, I do want to show this off, and I find that this is a title that I already want to critique. If you know what I mean. But what I will say, friends, is that like this is a project that started as a game jam and has evolved into its own standalone entity. And you know me, that's always something that I want to support. I'll also say, I think narratively, this does something that I desperately... Nah. beans. This does something that I would desperately love to explore in more narrative environments. The idea of like magical or cursed weapons and the souls trapped within them. Like, what is their experience through all this, you know? No, no. And look, Lance, you are absolutely spot on that, like, the studios that will, you know, unfortunately weaponize the idea of, well, you know, if you leave, then the rest of the team's going to have to do loads more work. Like, you know, why aren't you helping your co-workers? No! Hello, Amos. What did you do? I'm just going to assume you've done something wrong. Oh no, sorry. As my train of thought trails off, as I'm distracted by varying chaos animals, I do have another game in the event that this one doesn't land. So do not worry, friends. Because it's certainly curious. Sorry, there's a couple of quirks about this that I'm finding odd. The camera changes your rotation, but you can't move left and right. So you can only jump forwards. So all you can do is jump out of the air. That's fine. And then spin yourself. But which way you spin is dependent on the camera's positioning, and there's no shadow. So I can't tell where I'm landing until I've landed. Also, it plays very fast and loose with like where you can stab into. So I don't know if it's necessarily, yeah. But every game's a miracle. But yeah. I just wanted to go back to that, like, being able to work on a game and still enjoy it and still consider it fun to play is a feckin' miracle, and I'm always so happy for people that kind of get that.
As a LARPer, the amount of sword tip to floor contact hurts my soul.
Feckin' right! Sorry, friends. So with LARP swords, because the points are the soft part, so you don't like impale people. When you store LARP swords, you either store them sideways on like a rack, or you store them handle down, because otherwise the tip of it gets all bent and fuck it up, and you can't unfuck that easily. So this is like bad LARP sword care, the video game. Oh, what? Oh, honey, no. Honey, no. Let me just check to make sure there hasn't been like an additional day one patch where we've been chatting. No. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm having to do a lot of guesswork. Shit. Oh. Favor 6, like, thank you for the bits. Looking at the sword's questionable physics and the quality of detail, this is a Medlock sword for sure. Okay, so yeah, so Asari, the story is essentially that there was once a good person who, because of greed and conquest and the ilk, became evil. So much so, in fact, that the gods themselves stepped in to wreck this guy's face. I'm actually going to delete that tweet. I'm just going to delete that tweet. Don't have to worry about it. Don't have to talk about it, it's fine. Because I have a feeling we are going to be moving to another title. And I really like that as a premise and a setup. Honestly, so right now, it feels like I've been given like a pre-release build. Does that make a weird sense? No, as feckin' funny as that would be. It just there's two things that are currently causing me to pause. One is the lack of shadows. Again, I don't know where I am. Okay, so I can change the sword rotation based on camera. There we go. So that should help. And so at least the based on camera rotation I seem to be able to fix. But like it's elements like this where instead of ricocheting off the environment, I seem to have stuck to something. And it's very hard to... It's certainly tricky. Okay. And interestingly, I can cancel out of the sideways maneuvers. Interesting. But okay, let's talk about the positives. So right now, it's fascinating because it's giving me massive like vibes of like Nier and stuff like that. You know what I mean? This feels like we are in a long dead world. Like whatever happened here was catastrophic. And our character having little to no memory of what they were or who they were before this happened.
Say what you like, this game is not pointless, the engine is cutting edge, it's just difficult to get a handle on.
You proud of that one, Wolfcrad? You proud of that one? No, favor 6, Wolfcrad. Thank you for the bits on this one. So, like, I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer on this one. In terms of Rotatey Potaty, I put together a little sideboard of titles for us. So, in the event that this isn't something we continue with throughout the day, I have a gorgeous little short game I'd love to show you all. And it's called Gibbon Beyond the Trees. And you just play as a bright pink gibbon exploring a lovely, lush rainforest. And that's it. That's the whole ass game. I've also got the Duck Simulator and Taiji, if we want them. So I've got a lovely little grab bag of titles that we can hop into after this one. Because I want to give it a fair shout. Hey, it's Plastic Duck Simulator. Okay. And it does feature checkpointing, alright. That's weird. Sometimes the camera controls are like pseudo reversed. And I guess it's because of the rotation of the sword. But yeah, like you can see there like the huge dead, I don't know, giants, whatever they're supposed to be.
Followers believe redemption could be achieved by reaching the top of the mountain. This is where I have to go.
Beans!
Am I not dead? How is this possible?
You're a talking sword, mate! Although I do want to say, it's not immediate until I noticed there, but the aesthetic on the handle is it's like a man bound to a pillar. Is the aesthetics of the sword handle. And you know what, Favor 6? Wholeheartedly agree. It feels like, yeah, the ancient ruins long forgotten. Beans. It's very hard to tell like which way you're facing. Again, because it's the eyeball is one solid sphere, so the pupil follows you around. It's hard to tell if you're facing forward or backwards sometimes. And again, like the lack of shadows is making this very challenging. I mean, Vanderbeest, the question is, do I need beans in general? Quite possibly. Oh, crunchy, crunchy. That sound you heard was my body. Sounded like wet sticks and gravel. But no, I think it's testament to the quality of the art assets and the premise is why I haven't just kind of gone, nah. Because the problem with, like, the Bennett Foddy era was that everyone just assumed make game with stupid control equal good game. That's not the case at all, you know. Because I've tried quite a few. There's one called Alt F4, named literally because it's a game that tries to make you quit it. And I was thoroughly unimpressed. I thought Skate Robo was very good. Because there was a certain... because there was a certain amount of thematics to it. Like, you're literally playing as a pneumatic robotic arm on a skateboard. You know, your control scheme is entirely based around that. There's no way to properly control the distance you go when you spin apart from where your blade is in the air. It's interesting. And see, things like this, these strange kind of like unjump bugs. Oh, get Tifek. Like I said, it does feel like a pre-release version. But again, just this art style, this aesthetic. I kind of want to just spend time in it, you know? And unfortunately, the embargo for Sunshine Shuffle doesn't lift until tomorrow. So as much as I'd love to play it, tomorrow is our Rain World day. But you know what? I won't apologise for, you know, for giving this a try, because this doesn't need much to make it something special, you know what I mean? Definitely needs like a polishing pass for certain. See, not being able to tell how far rotated is very, very tricky. It almost needs like a different shading on one side of the sword from the other, because you can't... I guess you do have that spin dash forward, but there's no way to rotate the blade in the air aside from going left and right. So, for the most part, like, aside from the effect on the dash, it doesn't really change. Oh, beans. Got overconfident. Now, unfortunately, I have a weakness when it comes to these titles, as you well know, because, like, the literal premise of this game is reach the top of the mountain. Hello, Amos. Yes, hello. Sword. Stat! Ah, beans. Hey, what's up, crazy boy? No, you can't stick your face in a bunch of like paint scraps. No, no, you can't. Baked bean. Chaos lad. And Tardy Bard, Watto and welcome. Well, I don't mind the emptiness of it. I think that's that's an intentional part of the aesthetic. And like narratively, the idea that, you know, it's just you cursed within this sword for all eternity. Oh, beans! Fucking piss bins. There's definitely a lack of agency in the control scheme that makes it challenging. Oh, an echo? Hello, hello, how goes it? I'm a cursed magical sword leaping up a mountain. How are you? You know how it is, I'm just doing magical sword shit. Well, Tardy and everybody, I would love to have a baked beans emote, but currently I am extremely broke and I cannot afford the art time on it. And most of the affordable emote creators are a little bit cheeky in that you basically just license an emote from them, so you can't use it for commercial purposes, and I know how sticky that can get legally, so I ain't messing with that in the slightest. But if I could, I absolutely would get. Because I don't know what it was. Feckin', I must have listened to something. Because I went back and was rewatching some of Hollow Knight. Because I just, you know, I wanted to make sure you all had a good time with it. And, yeah. The amount of times I went, beans throughout that whole day was, I'm just going to say, fascinating. I definitely had beans on the brain, you know? So Dory, there are some subtle sound effects, but I was still trying to find a biting point between like you're being able to hear everything and not be deafened, because there's no in-game volume slider. Gotta be fucking kidding me. See. Alright. I'm gonna give this another 20 minutes, and then it is up to our lovely selves. I have a smorgasbord of other titles we can check out. As I said, I cheekily deleted my my promotional tweet. Well, because like I don't want to dunk on a title like this. This is an indie team game jam that has been taken from like 0 to an thing. And, you know, I always want to see teams, you know, do as well as they can. I don't want people to not release games. Okay, how did that get a fucking super move? What just happened? Oh, fuck every duck. Yeah. Like, all I would say about this title is that... Hang on, I'm gonna go exploring. Fuck what this game wants me to do. Going for a walk. What's over there? Like, I am entirely... fascinated by the world and the aesthetic of all of this. Like, this does not feel like, you know... Wait, what? Oh. Can't go exploring. It just bounces you back into bounds. Ozzy's asking if anyone else is hearing static. Tell me if the static is still coming through now. Okay. Let's see if it's coming through from the title. And if it's not, then we'll just solve that. If you're still hearing it, please let me know. But at least according to my bars here, nothing's coming through. Okay. You know what? We tried out the game. We gave it an honest shout. Technical problems in the ilk. So. Okay. A legend was saying it seems to correlate to game actions. God. Well, so Legend, I disagree in that regard. I think there is a very, very good game there. It needs a huge quality pass. And honestly, I'd consider... the fact that it isn't just a mouse and keyboard game. So the idea of you have one button to jump and one button to accelerate, and that's it. So leaping out and then kind of aiming the sword and then like bunny hopping around. The rotation and fling just doesn't feel right. And yeah. It needs more time in the oven. There's the start of something really good there. And I think that's why I was struggling through it, because I want it to succeed. You know, when you can see the brilliance of something. Because, like, okay, let's sing its praises. The aesthetic and the story already had me going, ooh, I do want to know more. Like, seeing these downed titans with, like, feckin' stone spikes through their head and shit like that. Like, yo, okay. You know, the tale of this once great person corrupted by greed and power, having to address the aftermath of their actions as an impotent weapon. Nothing more than a blade that can cut. Like, that's a fucking great start. And also, it wasn't based on anything that I could immediately point to and go, oh, well, that's pseudo-medieval, that's pseudo-wah-wah-wah. I think that's where my near comparisons were coming in, because, like, it was weird and different. Feck, if I was ever going to get a start in Nier, it would be right now. But I think that's one we need to prepare everybody for. And Earthman Dave, I actually think the jump but no walk, I think that's entirely fine. And I think... But if your title is based around a very simple movement mechanic, that needs to be tight. Like, say what you want about Bennett Foddy and getting over it, but the control scheme is absolutely tight. Like, it is literally your hammer being moved by the mouse. The speed at which you move is based on the momentum at which you flick it. Well, I mean, maybe it's just because I got hands on. Like I said, I don't think it is a lost cause. I don't think it is a bad game by any means. It's just not finished. Because things like the whole aesthetic of the game is how the sword stabs into it, right? So the sword can only jump up. So you have to stab into a piece of rock with enough of an angle that you can jump out and then use the dash to move forward, right? Like, that's real cool. So you can't just stab straight into a wall, because if you jump, you come straight back out. But the amount of times where we jump like this, and then upon landing, the sword would suddenly be at a weird angle. You know what I mean? Or that there was like clipping with the environment in the early spaces, creating situations where I shouldn't have been able to, but I was. And because there's no fine left or right, there's only the rotation. Like, you can't just path forward in a straight line. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. I am very hoping that we see a continuation of this title and we see some big old improvements. That would make me very happy. I do not want to see it fail. It does not strike me as a game that is arrogant, and it does not strike me as a game that dislikes us. The thing was, both the story and the checkpointing system and just the way the camera was carrying us through this environmental story of like an empire fallen. The people who made that game want us to like it. They want to tell us a story. And they're thinking about it. It's just not ready. It's not ready. It needs more time. It needs more time. And I hope it gets that time. So, with that in mind, let me give you all a nice little sampling platter of where we can go next. Now, obviously, we could do some more Hollow Knight if we want. We could continue one of the other projects we have going on. Not Rain World, though. I want to save Rain World for tomorrow proper. Then there is Gibbon, Beyond the Trees. I'll show you my screen. So, main screen, online. So this is Gibbon. It's quite a short title, but like, look at this. This is the whole game. It is not complex by any means, but it is just exploring this cute little family of gibbons swinging around and having a good time. There's going to be a message about people bad and how we shouldn't destroy the rainforests. Alright. So this is one. Let's have a look on the sideboard. Memoir Blue's a bit heavy for me right now. I don't think I've got the emotional capacity for that one. Brain spiders have been rampant this weekend, so put that one to the side. We have Plastic Duck Simulator. That's it. It's Plastic Ducks. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. Ozymandias. If you think I'm going to ignore the Plastic Duck Simulator deep lore, honestly, I'm offended. You think I wouldn't look into the full-on, environmental storytelling of Plastic Duck Simulator? I'm hurt and offended. Hurt and offended. We could try Taiji. if you all are feeling to be a little bit brainful, I guess Unusual Findings could be good. Okay, no. Unusual Findings is good. It is inspired by Golden Age LucasArts point and click, all about, like, exploring the relationship of nostalgia. And Lost in Play is a...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Who's been subscribed for 47 months and is really sunburnt from working outside for 5 hours hedging trees.
Rainier, the internet has melted my brain to such a goo that at the end of that I expected you to go, SpongeBob SquarePants! Who's... Sorry. Rainier, thank you for 47 months, for hanging out here and being a fucking cool person. We tried a title earlier today called The Lone Blade. It is a very interesting title. Narratively and aesthetically, it slaps, but it feels like a pre-release version, and I was really struggling with it because of a few issues. So we've decided we're going to put that over here, and we're deciding what we're going to do for the rest of the afternoon. So Favor 6, we haven't streamed Unpacking, which I think is fine. We all know Unpacking is a brilliant game, and it's a very personal story that needs to be understood in its subtleties and minutiae. So now we're deciding what's next. So the current contenders are Gibbon Beyond the Trees, Plastic Duck Simulator, for which I might need to go make a cuppa. Tardy Bar, the Magic Circle is exceptional. We played this very recently, just before GDC, because I was having some GDC anxieties. But it's incredible. The Magic Circle is one of the greatest video games about making video games to date. You've got that, the Beginner's Guide, and the Hex. Pretty much, like, those are the main three. Hey, well, I'll put up a poll. That way I can have a quick little bathroom break, and I think we're out of easy to make coffee, so I'll just make myself a cup of tea or something. And okay, we'll put Unusual Findings on the docket as well. So yeah, let me get us a Twitch poll going. Hashtag free Bandito. Okay, so first up, we got Gibbon. We've got Duck Sim. We've got Unusual. Unusual Findings. I cannot spell today. Yeah, and Fearless, like, I mean, I'm glad that you're okay, but feck, it sucks. And the thing is, there's nothing you can do. For those who didn't hear the news earlier, basically, Sega announced today that they're laying off a large proportion of Relic's team. About 120 roles have been cut. And, well, we don't know the specifics. Like, it does mean a lot of people have been affected today. Hello, Amos. You gonna cause more trouble? That's a big yawn. Go have a fucking nap, mate. You're a dog. You don't have to worry about anything. Okay, so our selection is the Gibbon Beyond the Trees, Plastic Duck Simulator. There is a multiplayer beta for Plastic Duck Simulator as well. Just want you all to know that. Hey, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. And I'm sorry I didn't get started sooner, but it was really fucking cool to hang out and have a natter. I put unusual findings and... You know what? I'll put Taiji in. Because Taiji's the pixel art... pixel art The Witness. And at some point we will play it. Because you know I love puzzle games. And I specifically love playing puzzle games with you lot. So, alright. So, friendo, the poll is up. Mead points are allowed. So it is your choice what we're doing for the rest of the afternoon. Because, like, whatever happens, we're going to be hanging out. However, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to nip to the loo and put the kettle on. And then let's go from there. Sorry to put the opus on all of you. It's like, it's my job as the host to choose all this, but the universe is being very, very troubling. And I kind of, in my heart of hearts, I knew that the Lone Blade was either going to be very rough and ready or was going to be like a genius find. And I'd rather roll the dice every now and then on really, really fresh indie stuff in case we find something good. So yeah. And yeah. And Lizzie, I mean, yeah, I am looking for approval from you all, so thank you. Alright, friends, I'll be back in just a second. So to be continued, alright? Boop. Hello there. Ah, and the vote has concluded. We have chosen evil. Wow, okay, Ozzy desperately wanted us to play Duck Sim. Brilliant. Sorry, the kettle's still boiling, so I'm going to be a sec. As a little background on what's been going on with us, we're slowly getting the flat up to snuff. I think the reason why I've been kind of off of sorts is, you know, those days where you just can't seem to get going and be productive. I've had a couple of those days, and I feel bad because obviously stuff that I'm not getting done now is stuff that either I've got to do later or falls onto Fiona. So obviously I feel guilty about that. But don't worry, this is going somewhere tea related. So one of the things we're doing is we're having a clean out. We're both mug hoarders, you know, and we have too many, and so we're clearing them out. The place I was living for a brief period down in South Park, I got an Oofda mug before I moved into Spider Basement, which is this weird upside down wonky mug. It's kind of funny. I've got 2 different ginseng ginger diffusing cups that are very strange, so getting rid of one of those. But Fiona and I nearly came to loggerheads last night because Fiona wants me to get rid of the Sports Direct mug. Now, I understand that only half of you will get the importance of this. Yeah, see, Rilu, not a chance. Fiona doesn't understand how iconic it is to have a Sports Direct mug. I feel not a tinge of association with any British flag of any way, shape, or form. You know? The closest I've ever come to any kind of sense of nationalistic pride was in the most recent Eurovision when they did a fancy rendition of You'll Never Walk Alone. I was like, oh shit! Is that a spot of... Huh. Didn't even know I had that in me. But if you had to ask me what is an iconic object that should be used as a symbol of the British Isles, it is a Sports Direct mug. They're in every office, they're in every home. I don't understand how or why, but... Oh, and Tiny Bard, I did hear about the Greg's merchandise. Okay, Alanus, if I do ever do a bathtub or a hot tub stream, now I've got to bring the Sports Direct mug in. But yeah, so I'm making the biggest fucking cup of tea ever to make a point that the Sports Direct mug does get used. Oh yeah, no, Echo. Super scandalous. Basically, if we end up having another if you'll forgive the term, Devil's Anus tier heatwave this year, I'm basically going to do what I did last time, but as a phone stream, which is sit in cold water in the bathtub in my trunks and get drunk. God. I will say, while friends, the power of a Greg sausage roll is incredibly healing. Fiona's sausage rolls are incredible and have been also healing. I mean, Johnny, in the event that you send more British-themed mugs once the P.O. box is back, I can't stop you. You know, it's on the P.O. box. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, Stealth Amos having a flump because he's overheating, so he's flumping in here because it's nice and cool. No, he's chosen Chaos. He's a flumpy boy. He does the big flumps. He does I'm too hot flumps, and he does protest flumps. So friends, the reason why I'm stalling is because I'm going to make, on camera, a fucking gigantic cup of tea so that you can all see it. I'm going to go for a black leaf orange blend because I'm not feeling like tea with milk tea. But yeah. And then we'll have video evidence that the Sports Direct mug gets used. And that way, Fiona can't justify getting rid of it. I mean, Rilu, or maybe you'll be out this way. You know, both are valid. So yeah, I'm just stalling for a little bit more time while we make a cuppa. And then you'll have chosen Duck Simulator. However... I don't have the... I wonder if I can get the beta code for multiplayer. I love the fact that there is a multiplayer mod for this. It's just called Do Nothing with Your Friends. So Angel Kalina, we do actually have a really nice mug rack. So, like, the classy mugs are displayed. Sonzai Saru. One of these days I'll get it right. We'll just, if you don't mind, Son for short. If Fiona watches the entirety of the VOD back and sees my scheming, then I'm rumbled. But if I can just clip a little bit of, like, cheersing glory, then jobs are good.
You could even say you're mugging for the camera.
Yup. You're not wrong. So, I'm just going to go pour a cuppa, and I'll be back with you all in just a second, because the kettle's boiled. And then, yeah, let's hang out with a fuckload of plastic ducks. Apparently that's just what we're doing on a Tuesday. It's hard not to... Oh yeah, and Fallen Angel, like, you don't want to see mug death. That's the saddest. Like, I'm not saying that I'm still sad about it, but my Lionhead Studios mug got broken, and it still hasn't been fixed. So I may have to ask external friendos to repair that one for us. It's a great loss. And the 99 Nights mug is pretty much faded. If you don't know the meme, it's the giant enemy crab, strike its weak point for massive damage game that was back when Konami used to do press at E3. Okay, sorry, yeah, let me pour my tea. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. But yeah, so, cheers all friends. From absolutely no sponsorship. They have not given me any money. SportsDirect.com. It also strikes me, I don't know what Sports Direct actually sell. They're just... And okay, so to those of you in the US and stuff, Sports Direct is a initially catalog, but I think it's become an internet wholesaler or something. I couldn't tell you what it is they sell, but with their promotional materials they send out to try and get people to spend money, they give away these free mugs. And let me tell you, any single office job you work in the UK, like any single office job you work will have a Sports Direct mug in it. It's almost like legally mandated. Well, Alnus, don't let the name fool you. Little Woods has nothing to do with woodland creatures. And there isn't actually a Greg of Gregs. There may be a Greg in the process, but there is not a known... There is not a named Greg. Alright, so football trainers and all that jazz. Alright. Makes an annoyingly right amount of sense. And Orion Pyra, I nearly asked you, what's a bagel dog? Which I will assume is the bready equivalent of updog. Now, don't ask me my favourite mug because there are several contenders. Obviously, the big contestants being the Death Before Decaf. Obviously, the Atlas getting a little Irby mech to dance for money. And me and my guinea pigs talk shit about you. But it's a strong contester. I got given an Initial D mug as well recently, which was then followed by the Pocket Gamer After Party, in which I played a shitload of Initial D. God, that was a good night. That was a good night. Oh no, by ownership standards, those the guinea pig ones are Fiona's. The two being... I'm 2 guinea pigs past normal, and me and my guinea pigs talk shit about you. But, like, if I had to choose, like, mugs of the house that are favourites of mine, they're contenders, you know? Because, obviously, I'm going for the big one, and we'll... if you want to throw these in general chat, what are your favourite mugs? Like, these are things I want to know. No, it's on record. It's on record. It is known. So whilst you all are flashing your mugs, let's get Plastic Duck Simulator going. God, Amos is causing chaos in the other room. Now, obviously, to Gillisky, we are done playing Lone Blade. It's a visually fascinating title that needs just a little bit more time in the oven before I really want to show it off. I don't want to focus on titles that aren't quite there because I strive to show off like the best parts, especially of indie games and the ilk. So we're moving on to Plastic Duck Simulator. I didn't vote for this one. But I will say, like, Lone Blade's visual aesthetic and its story and its environment were incredible. And I'm looking forward to exploring that more. God, the environmental storytelling and it's just the ruins of a civilization unlike any that we really see as a commonality in video games. Sign me up for that. But we encountered quite a lot of bugs, and there were a couple of missing elements that we were struggling against. So yeah, I decided to move on to another game because I have a feeling that Lone Blade has either got a patch coming or will have some. And then once those little changes hit, it's going to be exceptional. You know? Like, as I was saying, it gave me real Nier vibes. A lot of people compared it to like Shadow of the Colossus as well. But yeah, we hit a little bit too many issues, and I never want to represent a title in a bad light. You know what I mean? So now we're being silly buggers. Okay, gotta pause this banging soundtrack. Now, what I was going to say, friends, is that obviously this is my first time playing Plastic Duck Simulator. Please, 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 no narrative spoilers. Like, let's keep backseat gaming to a minimum. Like, usually, I understand streams are a very collaborative experience, but like, I wanna solve the core stratagems myself. You know, I understand that a big point of Plastic Duck Simulator is, in fact, like unpacking the mystery together. Why do you lot put up with me? I do not know. But yeah. I do want to say just one more thing of like, with the Lone Blade, again, I felt the love in that game, and it was definitely an experience that I would revisit with improvements, because it's unlike 0 degrees north, 0 degrees west. Like, it's not looking at us and going, oh, well, you're not good enough, or, oh, you just don't understand my genius. Like, the love and the care of that title, you could feel it. Okay. Okay, so we've only got 2 different pools to start with. We have the Infinity Cool, or we have Quacking the Ice. Does anyone have a preference? You know, does it matter what order, you know, we start the narrative in? I mean, also, whilst we're choosing, alright, Asaria wants ice. I'm okay with Quacking the Ice. It is the other thing I love about video games as an artistic medium, is that the story of a sentient sword trying to climb its way to redemption is just as valid as, what about ducks? So we, oh, I guess I got gifted the whole set. So we've got ducks, Please, and then Duck Addiction. Honestly, like, I know the Duck Addiction DLC adds a lot of additional mechanics that can, like, complicate things, but yeah, I think it's worth it for the additional challenge. I really do. Once again, here is the Sports Direct mug being used. Oh, that is very loud. Sorry about that, friends. Alright. It's just all about this here duck. Duck button. Your timing is quacking perfect. This is how excited for ducks even Amos is. Welcome back, Fred. Welcome back to Duck. But so, to the real Hunter, how was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me your tales. We had a go on a game called The Lone Blade earlier today, which was like aesthetically really interesting, but it's not quite ready. Do you know what I mean? And before we jumped in on this, it was like, I'll guess by the tail waggling, that is a Fiona return. And to the Holy Bus Crusader, Watto and welcome. Also, Duck. Harpacher! Well, I hope that was Fiona returning, otherwise... Okay. Hunter was doing some Stormblood post-credits content. Lovely. Let's get super in on the duck. Let's get intense with it. Sorry, friends. Fred was like, I was going to ask what this game is about, but I'm pretty sure I can observe and then figure it out. For you see, Fred's powers of deduction are formidable. 2 ducks. 2 ducks who are regular ducks. Solving crime. As you can see, I do have the Duck Addiction DLC enabled, which means that we will have the additional late game meta. However, we still have to get there, so... Oh. I'm just going to check the controls again. I think there's one we can do which turns on dramatic. Oh, P is a screenshot. E's to tab to switch around. And E to hit to a duck hotspot. Oh, I do love a duck hotspot. Alright, we're going to hang out with Green Duck. I know hanging out with Green Duck this early on is not usually good for late game, but I think it can pay off. Ah, who's going to be the first duck to make it down a slide? Oh, we can name the ducks? How do we name the ducks? Because I can unlock some... I can get them quacking. Like, I get that. Let me check the controls again. I don't want to make like an... Oh, we can name them here. There we go. So yeah, as they unlock, we get to name them. Including special event ducks. Sign me up. Billiam Duxford III. Alright, let's see how many characters we get. As many as we need. So we got Billiam Duxford III, and then what about Greenie over here? Now, obviously, I will be accepting donations if you would like a duck named after you. Because obviously, much like with Darkest Dungeon, you know, seeing the ducks, like, fight and struggle and battle is really the true, like, gems of Plastic Duck Simulator. Rascone P. Jangles. I fucking love it. Alright. Count Duckula's not bad, but Rascone P. Jangles. Alright, you'll just have to wait for the next duck. Scone P. Jangles. It's a hard duck's life for them. Duck Gronk is also valid. Get real fucking in there. Get real intense with the duckage. Oh shit, got a new duck. Which means we do need a new duck name. So I need a new duck name. Now, this is a duck that's been drawn on by a child, so let's lean into that one. But yeah, so Hunter, like, it's lovely to hear that, you know, you're getting stuck into Final Fantasy XIV. I feel like the last couple times you brought a raid in, like, something's been going on. Piquaxo. Fuck, that's good. Scribbles. Quackum Ole. Patch Day. I do like Alnus's Piquasso. If anyone can beat Piquasso... Banksy's true identity revealed. Shit, will that fit? If that will fit... no, it gets Banksy's true identity I'm gonna go with Banksy's true identity, but we'll come back for Piquasso. This is a game that needs Twitch integration. Oh, Legend! I didn't know that was a Loading Ready Run cast member. God. Thinking back on it now, like, I only really know Graham and Kathleen, like, and a couple of people that help out on, like, Desert Bus outside of the... Okay. I just Air Dragon saying they're loading into Final Fantasy 14 now. God, I love this already. Duxford, Rascone Pijangles. That is interesting. Yeah, echo aggressive yodeling. But no, Hunter was saying that they've quickly gotten bored of most MMOs in the past as they're an eternal solo player at heart. Same. Let me have a look at that one. Ah, a mallard duck who lives with Jer and Tally. Okay. Thank you. See, now I know. So not only is it a great name, but it's a famous duck. Oh shit, we missed... Ah, fucking Billiam Duxford did the cool move and I missed it. We're too busy looking at Banksy's true identity. But Billiam Duxford's taken the feckin'... Okay, so there's a Zamboni on the ice down here. God, this is fucking great. Oh shit, Banksy's in! And... So we got Banksy on ice. So at some point, I think Billiam Duxford's going to be sent back up. We do have a new duck in the field. I can't believe we missed that. I'm such a bad host. Banksy! Alright, new duck needs a new name. So this is a donut duck. But no, so jumping back, I am also very, like, digitally antisocial. I think it's because I'm a very social person and, like, I don't like organising groups of people in my downtime. So I find it very stressful. It's actually one of the things that's been super great about the Longship is that, like, on a Friday or Saturday, I can be like, hey, do you want to come play Sea of Thieves? And we can get a squad together without, like, masses of organisation. Ducknut's not bad. I think we can do better. Sprinkles is good. Navi, better believe these are some nice ducks. But Navi, like, thank you for joining us again. Like, I don't want any, like, narrative spoilers or any, like, meta spoilers on Plastic Duck Sim. Ah, Volchi, Squeezing Quackers has not been taken. Cronut's not bad. Duck Norris is alright. Donut, Jellyfield Duck. Honestly, currently Squeeze and Quackers, if it fits, is the current leader. Although that feels like more of a cheese-themed one. Duck and don't ducks. Sir Sprinkles cream. Ooh. God, I haven't had Krispy Kreme in ages. Duck and donuts. Okay, let's go with Duck and donuts. Because, you know, it's a creative addition to our setup. Are they? Jean-Luc Canard? Save that one, Wolfcrad. I'm just kind of curious as to what's happening here. Like, Robo Zamboni has put both Banksy's true identity and Billiam Duckford. Rascone P. Jangle's just hanging out by the disco ball, and I really respect that. So we'll just follow Duck and Donuts for a bit. What's up? Duck and cover. Yeah, so you gotta save all these ones. Oh, that Echo, you're probably right. It's got to be at least a 2 or 3 duck raid. But no, it's just... I am also a very antisocial person when it comes to MMOs. Like, I do like the socialization aspect, but I wanted to be able to deal with it in my time. You know. It's weirdly what kept me coming back to EVE Online was just solo play. Which, so long as you're okay with grinding for resources in between sessions... Oh, and, Hemp Manners. Watto and welcome. I did not see you sneak on in. Oh no, it's timed! Okay. Here we go. Oh, fuck yeah. Ducks! Rain from above! I'm 100% sure everybody makes that joke. Oh, new duck on the field? Ooh, okay, this one's real pretty. So this is, I always forget the term, but this is it's based on a Japanese repair technique where you use like originally gold, but these days like a resin faux gold. I chip off the old duck. Yeah, it's something along those lines, Echo. And it's based on that. Yeah, Orion, I think that's the right one. Yeah. So that's what it's based on. So this is a duck once broken, but now more beautiful as it been put back together. That requires some good arty-farty names, you know what I mean? Quacked up's not bad. All right, it does look like Quacked Up is getting the votes. And don't worry, friends, we're not going to run out of ducks today. Okay. I think Duck and Donuts is going to make it on the slide, though. So I'm going to follow them for a bit. Wolfcrad's asking if I ever played that old 3C. Oh, let's go! Come on, you ducks. Fuck yeah. Duck and Donuts on the slide. Oh, and there's like a little ice hockey puck and everything. Just hanging out here. Frozen donut. Angel Cleaner, if it makes you feel any better, also big same. But yeah, so jumping back, like, I think it was, sorry, you know what, I probably told this story 5,000 times. I was going to talk about, like, running a guild in World of Warcraft and how my social group was also tied up with my guild. So, like, simultaneously, my downtime was part of my social life, and it got very stressful. And then I got really into it when we were, when both myself and my partner at the time were out of work. This was basically, yeah, recession hit, and we... Well, okay, so there's a few of you who are new here, so I'll give you the quick TLDR. Before the 2008 recession, which really kind of hit the UK in, like, 2009, both myself and my partner at the time were engaged. We were looking to buy a house, and we moved out of our apartments that we were renting because we were about to buy a place and stuff was getting janky. Then we both lost our respective jobs. That duck has an axe! Axe duck! Alright, we'll need a name for the duck. But yeah, so TLDR was... Yeah, we went from being, you know, very, very independent people to unfortunately being, you know, peeps living with my partner's parents. And so we played a lot of video games. Okay, everybody wants Lumberquack. Alright. Done. But we had a good social group, and, you know, we had a good support network comparable, so... Like, we weren't doing badly. Also, apparently we have a Sir Duck. Let's get a look at him first. So here's the Lumberquack. Look at this little... Alright, I need a name for this little night duck. Okay. But yeah, so our social group was also all playing World of Warcraft. We formed a guild together, and we were real tight-knit. But you can imagine, like, as people's aspirations moved towards raiding and the rarer items and endgame stuff, like, things got really stressful on a Sunday. And when I eventually started working full-time again, I was working really odd hours. Because I told you all I was working at Sega, but I was working, like, it was either 2 or 3 p.m. up until, like, 10:30 shift. So we got Knight of Breadcrumbs. Sir Lance a Little. Not bad. Sorry, what is tapping at us? You heard that all right? Oh, the Zamboni robot's trying to do battle with Dunkin' Donuts. Anyway, we need a name for this little guy. Sir Arthur Quackdragon's not bad. Lance a Little's good. The Knight of Breadcrumbs. Canartha, not terrible. I think we can do better. But yeah, it was balancing the digital social responsibilities along with social responsibilities got really stressful. And so while I was working at Sega, eventually I was like, look, I'm going to have to pass over leadership of the guild to somebody else. And yes, our guild was called the Outland Tourist Bureau. We're not just for Death Knights anymore. Just because... we used to grind the Outlands dungeons to try and make cash. Because you could run ramparts repeatedly at high speed and sell your stuff. It was a great way to get, like, you know, elite flying and stuff like that back in the day. Ah. But also, turn the lights on. We've got a nice little fire and a book and everything. And a little shower of ducks. God, this is lovely. Quackslayer's not bad. I'm going to go with Hunter's Sir Arthur Quack Dragon, but I will take other suggestions. Oh, and we have I guess a plus battery themed duck. So if you want to add a battery duck themed pun. But no, that's interesting, Fearless. See, we never had the problem of like losing people because we were always gaining people from a social standpoint rather than a digital standpoint. But what happened was when I left, the nigger quack. I can never beat that guy. That turns out we have a lot in common. Duracilla duck? Not bad. Not bad. That's definitely a villainous duck name. So we've got 2 Negaduck. Well, so Caffeine, you're right. We can't go wrong with Quack Thulu, but we're naming a battery-themed duck. Also, Mutto and welcome, friend. How are you doing? Yeah, alright, Legend. We can see it floating. Yeah, it's not like we're in a... Okay, there it is. So here it is, just doing a little flow. Yeah, so Hunter, sorry, that was kind of where I was getting is like, the plus side of like having a digital friend group that is also a social friend group is like you have a cohesion and a solidity that you don't get from just groups only built off a digital setup. However, you're right in that things that happen in the digital space can spill out into being real world problems. If so and so doesn't get the drop they want, but someone else does. Like, things can get very heated. We had a couple of situations like that. Duck 3000. Legend, I like D-Cell. I like D-Cell. And yeah, so what happened was, like, when I came back, like, the guild had been disbanded. And it took a lot of the wind out of my sails, you know what I mean? Iona Duck. Hexaduximal. God, alright. No, Verdant wins. Hexaduximal. Indeed. Quack. Hexaduximal. Ah! Duck puns! Oh, Billiam Duxford's back down on the ice again. Did he score? No, there's the puck. I'll just chill up here, it's nice and warm. Mega Teenage Duck Warhead X. It is interesting to think how much World of Warcraft kind of shaped the language that we use to talk about MMOs now. And I will say, having burnt out on it, the reason I went hard on Eve was because it was so different. And the consequences to Eve are very, very different than, like, Warcraft and stuff like that. Oh, shit. Briscoe P. Jangles, let's go! But yeah. Oh, sorry, you can get some excellent rubber ducks. A good friend of mine has the Yakuza and the Shenmue rubber ducks. So Holy Bus Crusader, this is very much an environmental storytelling, like, esports title. You know, there's a lot of inferred stories around the meta. There's a lot of like environmental PvP. It's just ducks. It's just ducks, and that is it. But no, I do like where we are with, you know, digital social spaces and stuff now, especially as a community manager. It is lovely, and I do like that we consider digital spaces now to have value and have worth. For me, organising events is one of the more stressful parts of the job. I don't like doing it. So, like, when drinking with friendos IRL, it tends to be very impromptu because I don't want to sort stuff. That stresses me the fuck out. Boosh. And we'll do a round of duck naming in just a second. And I think we've all experienced, like, good digital social environments over the last, like, the last couple of years, because we all got stuck indoors. What was really fascinating is I was catching up with people recently and talking to them about stuff that we've all done during lockdown. So things like Battle Techmas, the club. God, I'm trying to think of some of the other like big digital things we were doing, and like stuff like we'd have a stream that would go off and from like start at noon and roll until whenever, and then after the stream we'd then roll into either like a big game like Unfortunate Spachiman, or just chilling in Discord. You know, DJ Sadlin playing like sync tube tracks for us all, allowing everybody to have a sense of like conversation and camaraderie, despite the fact that we were all stuck indoors. And I don't know, it was a wonderful thing to be a part of. Mainly because as a community manager, most of the time when you're running a community, it's based around something, like a video game or a movie or a hobby or a something. But we all kind of found each other either naturally or digitally. And so, going back to that, like, social... Yes, as a group, we're more skewed towards the digital. Because, hello, I stream here 5 days a week, and then I chat to you on Discord. But, like, I know a buttload of you IRL, and, you know, there's so many of you that I hope to get to know IRL at some point. It's kind of... yeah. It's been fascinating. Verdant's like, I know me IRL. I wouldn't say I know me at all. Try my best not to. I sure do love drinking out of my Sports Direct mug. Mainly because at this angle it just says RTS.com. Oh, of course there's a fucking shark duck! Maybe I can delete it. Okay, so we've got interpretive duck. Of course, there's a fucking shark duck. Alright, so I need a name for this strange zebra camo duck, and I need a name for the shark duck. But jumping back, like Angel Clean is saying they're really enjoying Final Fantasy XIV, and I think it's because at its heart, it is a story game with social elements. I do think that... Okay, I really like Torpedo Avoidance Duck. Bruce, clearly. Fucking Bruce. Psycho Duckling is good. Left Shark for Shark is valid. I really want Torpedo Avoidance Duck. I don't know why. That just makes me laugh. So, the Shark is up for grabs. Bruce is the obvious choice. Left Shark is very valid. Also, to Geeky Glam. Well, I'm nearly falling over my words today. Watto and welcome. We're just talking about whatever and looking at some ducks. What's up with your Megaloduck? Let's see. Good one, puns. My brain immediately goes doodaloo doo 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 doo. And Geeky Glam, thank you for the follow. Well, so, Orion Pirate, I was going to get to that after we've named Shark Duck, but I was kind of scratching at that earlier on in that video games as a medium are kind of fascinating in that non-pizza left duck. All right, Mateus, save that one, because that is an absolute banger. What about the Ket Y? Mallard Head Shark. Our Founding Feathers. Alright, we can only name one duck at a time. I'm going to go for Bruce, much as it irks me. I don't want to spend much more time looking at violent ducks. But no, so what's fascinating is that because of the very nature of games, that we can infer an experience even though the amount of actions that we can actually take are very limited. You know, it's very interesting that idle games, despite not having much for us to do in that space, still have a level of engagement and a level of grab. They have a level of No, I said engagement twice. Anyway, they be good games, yo, and there's never a question as to whether or not those particular titles are games. I find that very, very fascinating. So, like, earlier on, we played a very tricky title about trying to move a sentient sword up a mountain, and it has the hallmarks of being very good, I should say. And then we immediately moved to this, which is a game where we watch ducks in a pond. Fuck yeah, sign me up. Let's go achievement hunting on this. But you know what's fascinating is that the addition of an audience creates an experience sometimes. So, like, you could just put this on in the background whilst you're working and then be like, yo, these are some good ducks. But by us all being here together and basically having, like, poolside chats, we've created a group experience. I mean, Real Hunter, it's just a case of who makes it first. It could be you if you want to make your first title.
It's hard for ducks to travel internationally from France. They lack the proper documents. There's a sort of je ne sais quoi about that.
I shouldn't be surprised, puns. I shouldn't be surprised. But here we are. But no, just the breadth and depth to which games can be expressive without the direct requirement of us getting involved is fascinating. Jimenez was saying that sidetracking, they absolutely love games which you don't... actually gov games in which you don't have chat and you're given other types of tools to communicate and express with. It's engaging in a quite unique way. Yes! I think most people encountered this first in these, like in Dark Souls, but it was certainly not the first game to do that, you know. And honestly, a lot of times when users have direct comms taken away, it actually tends to promote better communication, which I think is wild, right? Because you'd think that giving users less communication would make them less friendly, but it's absolutely not the case. Hello! Gestures. And it's then fascinating that users develop their own languages in those places. So things like pointing to the ground is considered an insult in Dark Souls, but a polite bow and a pause is. Yeah. You know? I'm so very good. Yeah. And so, like, Angel Kalina, what's fascinating is that you do have to put thought into communication, and sometimes less is better. Like, I personally don't think that the hot micing and conversations for Sea of Thieves is necessarily good. I know why they've done it, but when it comes to the toxicity of it, the fact that users can actually yell at each other, I think contributes to the toxicity. It doesn't give people... It doesn't actually end up creating, like, better conversations. I mean, Hoffman, you're right. I don't know why my brain didn't think of Journey, but Journey's, like, chirping back and forth was perfect. And I know Journey's been discussed a million times. Like, there's nothing additional that I have to add, but just that it was such a beautiful game, and part of that was because it was crafted in such a way that you could only be kind, and that it was built around, like, passing it forward. Oh, Vochi Pony, I think you did spot a cat duck, so we'll name that in just a second. Yeah, Real Hunter, that's a very good point. It does take a considerable amount of effort to be toxic in something like a simple communication title. I really like this duck's aesthetic. So Hermanos was pointing out games like Meadow and Super Animal Royale. Meadow's a really good one. I just wish Meadow had a bit more... had either more ambient things to do or a bit more game to it. Do you know what I mean? I thought we were going to see a Canadian goal there. Oh, shit. Okay, the Lumberquack is actually going for it. Ah, but feckin' blocked. Man. So Arthur Quackdragon did not want a Canadian goal there. Feckin' denied. Yes, and Hermanas, I'd love to see more games that are viably able to be those kind of group experiences. I kind of almost wish that Meadow was billed as like a, you know, one person buys a copy and everybody plays together. Hey, well, Hermanas, sadly, I don't have any knowledge of, whatchamacallit, network programming or stuff like that. But if me or any of the Longship can help, like, a proper good online mod for Rain World would be fascinating. Like, I'm sure you've seen that, well, the couch co-op mode is great, unless you're playing it on super good connections. It's very limited. We actually did do a 4-player co-op session at Solon's place, which was really good. But it wasn't able to be... It wasn't able to be... What's the term? More than just like a group run. And yet, as Nick is saying, like, networking is exhausting. And yeah, well, and Headmanners, take your time. I think we'll be keeping Rain World as a Wednesday thing for a long time, because I still need to do new endings for classic characters. And I need to do some different endings for some of the new characters as well. So, but no, I'd be really happy. I love the idea of a split screen mod. That'd be really helpful. Torpedo avoidance duck. What's up? Whee. Oh. But no, I love Rain World, and because of the way the ecology works, like the ecology is already doing its thing everywhere. So it's entirely possible to be able to do that at a larger scale, and I think it would slap if it could work like that. Do you know what I mean? Headmanner says there is a split screen mod. It supports multiple monitors. Source is me. I made it. Good on you. Actually, let's see what else we got in the collection. All right, so we've got Cat Duck. We've got Fire Duck. Yes, okay, I need a Cat Duck name and a Fire Duck name. Whiskers the Duck's not bad. Fellas Duckmeticus. Is that the Latin for cat tweaked to have duck in it? Whiskers is pretty good. Hello, River. Hello, Flumpy Boy. He be flumping. Now, we can't all flump in here. Apparently, this is the place to hang out today. Okay, so Whiskers the Duck. Nope, got caps lock on. Duck Spice. Hey, Duck Spice is currently the best fire duck name we have, unless anybody's got a banger. But yeah, jumping back, like, emote-based communications don't always work. Ping systems have been mostly good. Ping systems can still... Hello, yes. Can still allow for a bit of toxicity, but not too much, you know what I mean? Firequacker. There we go! Man, I guess everybody's just snoozing at their PCs today. Firequacker. Way better. Joe's barbecue duck massage. There will be. Right, I just want to see if Lumberjack can score. For some reason, Sir Arthur Quack Dragon is really against ice hockey. Do not ask me why. It's okay, Fearless. You are excused. Verdon, it'll happen. It'll happen. It'll come to you. Can't force it. But yeah, no, it's like, so emote-based communications are tricky because of the amount of time, and they're not great for conveying information quickly. Like, it's very true that ping systems for places like Apex Legends and stuff like that have worked really, really well. And you know what, Hem, you're right. It was definitely involved in a bunch of MOBAs. I just the mobile life kind of passed me by. I mean, Keldra, if it happens, save that pun name. No! Alright, Lumberquack has been taken off the field. I'm sorry, friends. Baby boy. Of course he's being real cute now, Fiona's back. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, as game creators, how much you do or don't put the opus on your users to communicate is an interesting conversation. Because we've talked a lot about it in games like, in horror games or deduction games, things like that, that in an ideal situation, you'd be able to control how the users communicate. But in all honesty, you can't. Like, back in the day, if your game was an Xbox Live game, then you could control how everybody's talking to each other, right? But if everybody's on Discord in a separate service, you can't do that. And plus, along with networking, like, voice communication systems are a bastard. Oh shit, did we get a unicorn duck? No one knows how cool we are. We'll need a unicorn duck name. But, oh shite, where was I? Oh yes, we can't control how users communicate anymore. And so what we do with that is a large proportion of Verdant Flow fucking nailed it. See? It goes meow! Oh, now we've got to... Hang on, let me just name the... Someone just fly overhead. I'm trying to see if I can see them. Okay. First things first. We name the unicorn duck. Because that's feckin' brilliant. Now we need to see if anybody else has special quacks. The fire quacker has a fucking water hose? What about the unicloaca? Standard quack. William Duckford, obviously a classic quacker. Duckin' Donuts, pretty classic. It's just tooting around, spraying stuff. See, Real Hunter, you should have been quicker on the draw. Danny Quacksbang's pretty good. Party Wizard Duck. Party Wizard Duck. Little bastard. Bruce quacks the Jaws theme and then goes underwater. Bastard. Legend says we know the Party Wizard Cupcake. I think we do watch. So Hermana says, have we played much of Dead by Daylight? We have. Actually, Kyle worked on Dead by Daylight for a bit, and one of my good industry friends is still on that one. One of you is Rosa. Fuck you, Bruce. Alright. So we have some more ducks to name. Sorry, we've got Wizard Party Duck. And we've got Skydiving Duck, but Skydiving Duck is currently frozen. Actually, Party Foul for Skydiving Duck is very good. Because it looks like, well, a person who'd commit a party foul. Alright, we need a Wizardry Duck name. Fairly odd duck, it's alright. But yeah, so Jimenez, it is fascinating the differences in play between like survivor groups that are communicating and aren't, like day and feckin' night. And it is possible to get toxic survivors, which I did not expect. Ganduck! I like Ganduck. You shall not quack and all of that. Bilbo Quackens. That's good. Alright, we'll start with Ganduck. Ganduck the Wise. And then we'll add Froduck and Bilbo Quackens. We'll get like a little family going. Magical Trevduck. Duck Mister of Duckingdale. Yeah, the cat is kind of winning on feckin' cute right now. It shall be called Tim. What's interesting though is like the less communications that you have with another player in an online environment, the more of their character and behaviors is inferred by other stuff. Like, I think we all have examples of when games that have PvP or invasion mechanics or any kind of like antagonistic events will create a scenario where we infer villainy onto players based on their thematics. Invaders in Dark Souls, Reapers in feckin' Sea of Thieves, etc. Where we assume competency and villainy through people that actively choose PvP as a main method of comms. Despite the fact that most people that play video games are dingleberry. Baby ducks! Tiny babies. Tiny baby ducks doing tiny baby duck things. Bruce, I swear to fucking God if you eat those baby ducks. There's babies? Oh shit, they've lit the... Oh, no, I wanted... Yeah, check it out. They lit the fire. Oh, of course, Ganduck the Wise. He knows how to turn the fucking fire on. Also, I think Party Duck scored a goal, which is why they were frozen. But don't quote me on that. Kitty. Quackleberry fins. Oh god, Banksy's on fire. Banksy's on actual fire.
Baby duck doo doo doo. Baby duck doo doo doo.
Banksy, why are you on fire? Also, Favor 6, thank you for the bit. Like Gandalf the Fool. J-Post, this is Banksy's true identity. And the other one is Ganduck the Wise. It's an art piece, he says, on fire. Maybe Party Foul can get unfrozen from here. There used to be a series of, I hesitate to call them flash games, but they were semi-idle games. So it's things like Grow Cube and Grow RPG and things like that, which were about tweaking the environment to create these kinds of like ambient interactions. I don't know. I think about them a lot. We kind of lost them with the death of Flash, and I don't actually know what happened with the developers. Sorry, I have to look behind me in case I run over the dog. But they were kind of fascinating titles in the sense that they were able to convey a lot by, like this, by actually having very few things happening. The difference with the Grow games was that you could tweak the environment and the little peoples would do their stuff and things. So, friends, you got to remember these duck names for the next time we're going to name one, because the Dune Duck, which I cannot pronounce, but I think we're all down for that. Apparently Banksy just burns forever now. That's just Banksy's... We haven't had a mother ducker yet. We haven't had a go duck yourself. And we haven't had a no more ducks to give. Oh, you're right. We need to get the fire duck over there. But we have no control over it. Duck be a lady tonight. My last duck. And the only way we would allow DuckTales is if it is DuckTales a woo-woo. Like, it has to be the full plus the noise. Musician called Duckberry. Behold my field of ducks. I've no more ducks to give. My ducks have runneth dry. I tried to go duck shopping, but there's no ducks left to buy. It's me with autocorrect. If we get an army duck, duck and cover is valid. I'm just hanging out on the ice down here, just living their best life. Oh, this is lovely. I don't think there's anything else really kind of like weighing on my mind video games topics wise. I'm hoping at some point to be able to like have a crack at Tears of the Kingdom. Ehrman very, very kindly gave me donated money ages back for Tears of the Kingdom. And that...
You know why ducks have a hard time following instructions? They love to wing it.
They do. They're big fans of you know, off the beak style of comedy. I wonder if the Zamboni disappears when when there's nowhere for the ducks to go. Yeah, okay. So the Zamboni is only active for as long as ducks can be shuffled into the elevator. And I think it's 3 ducks or 4 ducks an elevator ride, so... But yeah, so I haven't had the chance to try Tears of the Kingdom yet. I definitely will, and honestly, like once I'm through a bunch of like work stuff and nonsense, then I'm looking forward to sitting down with it. It's been fascinating because I know nothing about the story of Tears of the Kingdom, but seeing everybody's builds, someone made a fucking tank, which is fascinating. Another person made like a ride-on aerial hovercraft bomber. Like, I don't know if there's a share feature when it comes to...
If you set the ducks up on a felt table sorted into a triangle, are you playing billiards?
No, but if there's a pool shark duck, that's their name. Oh yeah, Nick, absolutely. With Tears of the Kingdom, they got an extra year and they made it count.
This is Beak Game Dev.
Ah! This is Beak Game Dev. Spot on. Fucking yo. Yeah, Orchazini, my ducks do runneth over. And friends, thank you all. Like, yeah, I'm extremely fucking grateful. And now we have Bruce on ice.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What H? You know what? I'm not gonna question the ducks. How goes?
Hey, Artsy Poe, I like that we've come to know each other so much over the years that you just don't like, oh, it's a game full of ducks? Oh, I'm gonna question this. Actually, I gotta give props to DJ, who found this title before me. As I assumed it was just another shitey meme game on Steam. And I was wrong. I mean, again, I don't think I'm going to play this enough to go competitive, but I feel like if I wanted to, I could, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, no, Mateus is right. If ever there was going to be a non-pizza left duck, it's this one. Yeah, so here we go. Non-pizza left duck. Oh, okay, and we've got, there is a duck with pizza on it? Alright, there is a green duck with pizza on it.
Duckleberg or Duck Dimsdale, owner of the Dims Duck Dimmadome?
Duckdale, Dims Dimmadome, Duck Dimmadome. Fuck. Sorry, boss, I just fell apart trying to read that one, but fucking thank you. Yeah, so I need a name for a duck covered in pizza. And yeah, Angel Clay, Banksy isn't on fire. And Party Foul's no longer in a block of ice. I give Banksy 5 minutes. Pizza the Duck! Shit, that's good. Neil Duckman. Look, a Spaceballs reference is always going to go down a stool. But no, seriously, so Favor 6, Fearless, like, Holy Bus, all of you, thank you. Today's been a little bit disorganised, and it definitely...
Hype train. Woo.
You are right. Not just ducks, but hyped ducks. As we follow Party Foul around. Probably the ideal duck for a hype train. Just ducking along. I mean, Artsy Poe, you've got to admit, a name for a unicorn duck, that is spot on. I've completely forgot what I was talking about. I'm distracted by Pizza Duck. Well, hopefully I was saying thank you. I was lamenting that there isn't too much going on with my Manoodle video game wise that I haven't talked to you all about. Like, honestly, at the moment, like, it's just hours in a day is the problem, you know? Oh, freaking thank you! Look at you. Biggs, we do not have Quack Sparrow yet, and we bloody should. We do have Kittens the duck, obviously. And Biggs, how are you doing, friend? I guess part of it as well is like, especially this weekend just gone, I had a lot that I should have been doing and I didn't. So I didn't really play video games because of that. You know that guilt of where it's like, I should be cleaning, I should be working, I should be doing this, and then you do none of it, and you don't just go, you know what, fuck it, I'm playing some video games, because that feels, you know, lazy. And so yeah, to those of you who just joined us, I was showing off earlier, but I've progressed on me fancy Gundam. Oh, there's a point. Did people post their favourite mugs? Yes! Sorry, we were talking about coffee mugs earlier, and I asked people to post their favourites in Discord. So, Ozymandias, are you still here? Like, are you still chilling and illing? Because... Samesies! Ozymandias' favourite mug is the one-shot Nico mug, which it got washed one time and it got a bit bad times, so I just keep it for safety. Lizzie, that's a classic. And Greyjoy, that is fascinating, but I need to just quickly question. I mean, that's a lovely purple coffee mug. Is it full of mushrooms? What are you drinking? Can you see space-time? And Alnus has the Uncle Saurus. Who can we follow over by the fire? Let's follow Lumberquack for a bit. Well, I guess I was under the impression that mushroom coffee wasn't just a pot full of mushrooms. I assumed there was a process. Oh, okay. So, Greyjoy's making a fancy soup later with cut shiitake. Okay. And friends, thank you for the teeny tiny little hype train. It's really fucking cool of you, thank you. Sorry, I'm so distracted by duckery. Although, friends, I do need to nip to the loo in a second because in my determination to use the Sports Direct mug, which I've nearly finished, I have just inhaled an inordinate amount of tea. So I can pee like a racehorse. Okay, so currently the ducks that need a name. So there's Blue Crying Duck, Wooden Duck, and that is it for now. Yeah, Crying Duck and Wooden Duck. So I'm gonna nip the loo, but friends, come up with give me some good duck names. I'll be back in just a second.
Harry the Quakehippus for the blue.
I have returned! Okay, so did we come up for any real good... You know what, Holy Bus? Perry the Quackopus? I can go with that. The bladder. Is that a Quackopus? It's Perry the Quackopus? Done and done. Where were they? Oh, mallard berries, not bad. And grand take, watto and welcome. Are any of the Ukraine sorry, getting some I can't even call it emotional support cheese because you lot have been lovely today, so it's just cheese for the sake of cheese. Are any of the UK crowds still hanging about? Because I just found something out. Now you know what? I'm gonna go with Mally Berry for the blue duck because we need a duck with a hat for Perry the Quackopus. And I don't know if anyone came up with a good name for the wooden duck. That's the next one we need. So I just found out that the you buy one, you get one free bloke got in a whole bunch of trouble for his contracting business and must pay like 40,000 quid or go to jail. Because we were talking about over the weekend, like, I don't want to know your star sign. What's one late night commercial that you still know verbatim? And for me, like a lot of people in the UK, it's the I said you buy one, you get one free. A strange man in an overly ostentatious long coat trying to sell you double glazing at stupid o'clock in the morning. With a special bog-off offer. Okay, so what have we got? Pinocchio duck, not bad. Woodchuck. How much wood could a wood duck chuck if a wood duck could chuck wood? Not bad, not bad. I feel we're missing something obvious here, like... Oh, I don't know. There's something... About Favour 6, how can the wooden duck be a witch if it is the witch that is measured against the duck? Alright, I'm going to leave the wooden duck for now. There's a banger that we're not thinking of. I don't know, I can just sense that we're missing a great pun. You know? I get this vibe. And yeah, the fact that Bruce ducks underwater of his own volition. Quacking bastard. But yeah. So I found out the you buy one, you get one free bloke is no hero. He is in fact a villain. Okay, Malaxy Star, you are taking this to some next tier duck punnery. He's a firecracker, a twisted firecracker. Oh, so I haven't told you stuff that's going down, friends. So, this week we have a special event. This Friday, I'm going to be doing battle with 2 other crews, maybe more, on the Sea of Thieves. You know what? Scott, quack me up might be valid. Maybe we should just bust out the good duck puns for this one. But yeah, so this Friday for the Sea of Thieves, I'm going up against both Shorby's team and another team with the goal of being who can make the most money in one run of Sea of Thieves. Quack my witch up! Alright. See, there we go. It's a music reference. Boosh. Mally Berry is very good. But yeah, so this Friday we're doing the Gold Rush. It'll be currently 3 galleons and 3 teams, all competing to see who can make the most money in one evening. Like, yeah, Fred, essentially it's going to be Team Longship versus Team Chorby. The Alone in the Shark versus the HMS Alone in the Shark versus the HMS Home Depot theme song. Chorby has invited another crew to join us. And I'm still seeing if any of our other friendos want to get in on this, because we've got about, like, 5 slots total. So, we'll see how it goes. Annoyingly, a few people who I was really hoping would be in for this one are actually out of town. So, sadly, we won't be competing against Tobias, which I was really hoping. Mainly because I think... excuse me, I think Tobias's bloodthirsty nature would get the better of them in an out-and-out, let's make money, make money. Oh, and Favor 6, that sounds way feckin' cool. But yeah, that's our Big Friday one, and assuming it's still okay with everybody, on Saturday we're going to be continuing with Hollow Knight Crowd Control Clock. Because I'm trying to... Zamboni is fucked. Are the ducks waiting? Nah. Ah! Zamboni's just having a complete fucking meltdown in there. Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, God, I like that one. The Christmas Quacker. That's a good one. But yeah, no, so the rest of the week is...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Hey!
Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Fucking you! Geographic, that's really feckin' kind of you. Feckin' you. Sorry, Geographic just flexing on the rest of us with a big nerd. Takes one of no one. Gifted out 10 subs to the crowd like no big fucking deal. When they managed to get, and you all can decide how what tierage these pulls are, but you managed to get Gatto Attack, Lord Lost and Found, Twizlight, Vagabond, Notorious Thief, Fakon, Fallen Angel Lena, Zagraves, The Prinny of Time, and Drosser. Now, I think there's a couple of really good pulls in there. That's for you all to decide. Well, so Favor 6, what's the term for when a product name ends up becoming the object name due to its how synonymous it is? Like, you know, a Hoover or duct tape or I don't know. There's a bunch of them. I know there's a term for it. Oh, that seems right. Onion Pirate. Kleenex is another good one. Band-Aid, yes. Generic trademark. Interesting. Quack my witch up. But no, it's a fascinating kind of like bit of English language weirdness, you know? That the product name for something can become so synonymous that that is the only terminology by which it's known. Oh, that is a luchador duck. Let's have a... Yeah, we have ourselves a luchador duck. Oh, and a duck with an egg on its head, which seems a bit fucked up when you stop and think about it for a second. A lucha duck? El Ducko Libre. I think it's going to have to be, but in all caps with the caps lock. El Ducko Libre. El Quackador's pretty good. Well, actually, so Favor 6, what's fascinating is that, like, the term Xerox machine is a North American colloquialism, and it didn't spread across to other English language territories, unlike, you know, like Hoover. Sorry, English is such a mess, but I love it. Dumpster, there's another one. Sunny side up's not bad. Wearing the unused leftovers of the next generation of duck as a hat doesn't quite fit the naming convention. Child hat. Oh. When your hat is potentially a baby. But sorry, I'm jumping back. I guess I'm a bit like ooh, between the spacey eyes and the duck. Egg on face. Egg duck sunny. Sunny side up. See, Artie Poe, yolks on you. Thank you. There we go. I want to see if we get a special quack from the luchador duck. Banksy's still on fire. Quacks in Spanish. El Quack. Fucking Bruce. The fact that Whiskers the duck is clearly a cat pretending to be a duck is adorable. Okay. Sorry, yeah, so jumping back. Sorry if I'm a little bit spacey today. Everything happened so much. But... it's fascinating how games like this can be more than just like ambient physics. In fact, it's always fascinating when games like this become massive, because you look at a AAA title and you look at just how much time and life goes into it, and then you put it side by side with something like this, and one, like, user experience and user expectation can be massively changed. Navi, that one came pre-broken, but there is a plain porcelain one as well. Gear Graphic, you're right, it is like the difference between like the things like Untitled Goose Game and feckin' COD. And what's fascinating is that the very systems that make those gigantic games end up being a big part of what traps them in these like infinite loops of like meh, whack. There's also something about... I mean, Rami's talked about it a lot in his, like, surviving the indie apocalypse talks and things like that, but, like... the speed at which you can prototype and create really is the secret these days. Because, like, if you can make something like this and it makes bank, if you can make a Vampire Survivors, you're set for life. Now, that's easier said than done, I do understand that, but... like... that's where the real kind of success lies, and it's still wild to me that big teams don't have, like, fast, rapid prototyping teams that are more evident. I know why. You know, it's a combination of ego, money, and a company that's not structured to have, like, you know, rapid independent development setups. Yeah. And actually, so Gear Graphic, I'm not usually on the bandwagon of harping on about the AAA. Because it's very, very easy to wail on gigantic games. They do succeed. People are putting a lot of time and effort into them. But I look at the AAA releases throughout the last, like, this year, last year, and I don't know, it's hard to see a lot of real good inspiration. Like, not to be snarky, Tears of the Kingdom looks exceptional. I cannot wait to play it. But it is still, like, you know, a sequel to Nintendo's most successful Zelda title. What we're seeing from a lot of... Oh, someone made it out! Eh, nerd. What we're seeing from a lot of the big publisher teams is the safe, tried and true bets kind of happening at the moment. And they don't seem to have worked out how to support, you know, the level of creativity that we're all after. Oh no! What's going to happen to Nun Pizza Left Duck? They've been locked out. They shouldn't be here. No! Alright, we're going on a duck venture. Rolling around at the speed of duck. Yo, what lies beyond the pond? Scared the piss out of me. I don't know what happened to Nun Pizza Left Duck. They went out there. And so Gear Graphic, I do think that that level of interesting creativity does still exist. I think None Left Duck is just dead. I think they're just fucking gone. That is messed up. see if I can find them, but like we got fucking Carboys with it there. But no, so Gear Graphic, I do think that the creativity exists still, and I think we have a lot of those games like that really do slap. But we're seeing this great big gap between like no, Artsy Poet, I think they're dead and gone. I think we are subaqueous? Nah, just going for a pun there, didn't fit. But no, so jumping back, I do actually think that we're in a more creative space in terms of video games right now than we've been in a long time. But like with indie publishing kind of closing their doors this year and a little bit last year, and most of the fresh creative stuff being self-published or, you know, like itch.io spaces moving upwards and things like that. Like, games media has never been under more stress and more pressure. They don't have time to find these titles. And, you know, the big publishing houses are focusing on their big budget nonsense. It's like, if you look at the games industry right now, just from a AAA marketed perspective, it sucks. Like, Zelda dropped and that were it. Everyone's very much ready to declare, ooh, Rainbow Duck. Let's come up with a good name for that one. Yo, we have a special dog that provides booze. I'm trying to remember the breed of dog and I can't. And a rainbow duck. Okay. The duck agenda, yeah, puns spot on. Just done. Yeah, it's a Saint Bernard duck. Oh, be duck do crimes? No, I want to go with the duck agenda, but Hoffers, that is a good one. Saint Canard. Fuck, that's good. So I like hanging out with you lot. Your pun game is way better than mine. But sorry, I'm trying not to get into the point of like ranting about the AAA. Yo, they're back! And look into their ducklian eyes. They've seen some shit. They've seen some shit. But no, sorry, so jumping back. It is a weird little space right now. We're going to see a lot of what are seemingly breakaway successes, but titles that have been kind of outside of the purview of, you know, the big three that are just kind of going to explode onto the scene. Fearless, you're right. They must have taken the gondola back up. But still, look into that. Look into those eyes. They've seen some shit. It's the duck that goes bark! This is so good! Fuck you, Bruce. Strawberry duck. Wait, we've not named Strawberry duck? Anyway, I'm following the dog for a while. I'm sorry, I keep losing my train of thought because ducks are amazing. But no, what is going to be interesting is to see what kind of niche, like, independent journalism and, like, content creators fill. Because, like, right now, I'm not necessarily the best person to tell people, like, what games they should or shouldn't be checking out because, like, I've encountered so many. Like, I was tagged on a thread to, like, recommend games to somebody the other day, and I realized that, like, my amount of games industry, games release knowledge and assumed knowledge has gotten out of control. So, like, I don't even know if I can recommend games to people who are just starting in the space, you know? Yeah, and Hermanas, God, me and JoCap were going to do a big old thing for Book of Travels. They did kind of biff how they launched, and they weren't ready. I do feel bad for them. It's just I was personally raring to go to show off their stuff, and you know, they were pitching themselves in the MMO space. That's a scary place to be, you know. Sorry, what I mean to say is that I wanted them to win, and I'm sad they didn't. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how content creation and independent journalism kind of fit into the slots. Because as games media jobs become scarcer and scarcer and scarier and scarier, there's going to be more of a pressure to do the surefire thing, you know, to cover the bigger game, the mass market guide, here's top 10 things you didn't know about Zelda before you started, that kind of thing. I do like quacketeering, Pun Spectre, and I hope we get one. Sorry, now I just want jammy dodges. No thoughts, only dogs. Because things are going to get wild. I keep thinking about how many studios have done huge layoffs this year, and how many media entities have done massive layoffs. Like, there's an interesting, like, games media to content creator pipeline, but that's not viable for everybody. I mean, you all know the same story I do, that, like, Hunt for Red Quacktober. That's the strawberry one. No, what I was going to say was, you all know the same information I do, which is, when Facebook pushed everybody to do the pivot to video, it created this false positive around video content, that everybody wanted, like, weird short form videos, and there wasn't actually an audience there, or not one that was willing to pay. And so all these media teams restructured their whole ass setup and basically destroyed themselves. Oh yeah. Also, Hunter, that's a really fascinating point. Sorry, Hunter was saying that art and creativity thrive on discomfort. I still think there is a way in which we can create games in a way that doesn't involve, you know, destroying ourselves, but also the amount of people that have made games because shit sucked is very high. But yeah, to continue on. The more interested parties you have, the less unique and uncomfortable you can get away with being. That is true, but what I see is we're about to have this big, like, boom in creativity, but there isn't going to be a journalistic market to cover it all, because very few of these projects are going to be going through the traditional channels, which is going to create these pockets of community, which may then blossom into stuff like that. And I think it's fascinating. Because here's the thing, like, the blogging style games media spaces did start from passionate hobbyists who had games they wanted to talk about that no one else was talking about. Ooh, got a spotty duck here. If you have any good ideas for this one. So feelers quite possibly, but the pivot to video did happen a lot earlier. I think even pre their acquisition of Instagram. You're not wrong. Like, and the aggressive push with their metaverse stuff is hilarious. God. Sorry, I will admit I was a bit drunk when we were posting about it, but either yesterday or the day before was the Metaverse Fashion Week. And it is, as the kids would say, most cringe. No, seriously, it's fucking awful. And I don't mean in the sense of like, okay, I mean, it is egregious what they're pitching, but the actual product of this so-called Metaverse Fashion Week is so fucking bad. Like, OG Second Life can point and laugh. Polka Dot Bikini, a classic. I do like that one. But yeah, what was fascinating is like what they're able to do in the air quotes metaverse is fuck and all. And I even pulled up the old CCP clothing physics demos they did years back when they were still working on Vampire the Masquerade. And the thing was, the Vampire the Masquerade game was going to be all about social interaction and social politics and stuff like that. So they made this incredible like fabric simulation stuff. It was fascinating. And no one can do that now, so... What has been interesting, though, is seeing how many people who were kind of suckered in by the metaverse pitch are still sticking it out. Because I don't know about yourselves, I've stopped being angry and started feeling sad. You know? Especially when, what was it? Metalcore was around PAX last year. Like, I had a fire in me. I wanted to crush them. Now I just feel really sad. Like, the whole Metalcore team's gonna go under. One of the other titles I was keeping an eye on, which was Earth from Another Sun, which still looks a bit sketch, but they built two versions. One version that worked with like nerfters and one without, so it's kind of fascinating. And yeah, Phyllis, that demo specifically of the long dress going up and down the stairs, like, holy fuck. It was quite interesting that they implemented the character creation and simulation stuff for the walking in stations that was added to Eve and then removed. An RIP Storybook Brawl. Although, Sadlin, stop me if I talked to you about this already, but when we found out they got bought by a crypto company, I didn't realise it was actually FTX themselves that bought them. That FTX was starting a video gaming wing, and Storybook Brawl were going to be like the first success story in that. So, like, they double died, you know. Their big old shifty parent company and their entire user base rebelled and left. I tried Super Auto Pets the other day, and it's not bad. It's not the same. There are only a handful of like winnable strategies, and you've got to have the right animals for it. It doesn't feel like Storybook, where you could kind of supplement one meta strategy for another and things like that. But yeah. Oh, well, so Fearless, I think we have to be careful with our language when talking about stuff like that. Because, like, yes, sometimes tech made for one project does end up in another. And in other examples, learning the lessons from one goes into the creation of the next project, which is really fucking cool. But it is worth saying that, like, with CCP, the tech developed was added into EVE Online. So to try and, like, recoup some costs what they spent on the Vampire game. But whereas with the Halo Reach to Destiny, the code was not taken over, the tech wasn't, but the knowledge they learnt from doing the armor powers and stuff in Reach. So yeah. Yeah, Artsy Poe, you're right about like the feeling guilty, the Schadenfreude of it. Oh no, Fearless, it's entirely fine. It's not so much that I think you are wrong or needed clarification. It's just for when we're talking about stuff outside of games, just making sure that we're being clear of like, you know, so if one project uses the same engine and is built on or has like implementation across, it's different than having a knowledgeable team that understands how to implement. But yeah. And okay, so Saylin's saying that Bankman Fried was conspicuously mentioning that, well, I have a lot of time on my hands, so I'm playing a lot of Storybook Brawl in interviews when shit hit the fan. Fuck. Banksy's still on fire. Banksy, stop being on fire. And yeah, Artsy Poe, I've got a couple of friends who went all in on crypto, like both personally and professionally, and it's hard, you know? Because at some point, the self-delusion has to stop. At some point, you've got to be like, beans. And I figured as much, Fearless. Although one thing that's interesting is that in terms of like gameplay handling, Destiny's still one of the best feeling shooters on the market, and that is definitely something that was carried across from Halo as a franchise. And that's experienced devs right there. But that's another story. Oh, so Fallen Angel Lena, go get yourself some excellent sleeps. If you've already gone, I apologise, I missed your note. But have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Oh, God, this is a lovely background for this kind of chat. But yeah, like I said, now I just feel kind of sad. And I mean, if you haven't had the chance to watch it, do have a look at Foldable Human's video on Decentraland, because it wonderfully indicates how much of a fucking disaster that was. And it is a fascinating conversation for like game dev as a whole, that sometimes when trying to create a game without considering who it's for. There's a woolly duck mammoth down there. The duck agenda! That, yeah, when trying to create a game with no consumers in mind, like, that's not a story that ends well. And yeah, Artsy Poe, I got to experience a little snippet of that. As you know, I worked in the tech startup sector for a little chunk of my life. And there's a point where suddenly you realize that maybe the pitch isn't real. The thing that you've been telling people in, like, everyone's been saying to each other in the office, and you've been telling, like, friends and, you know, people you've worked with in the past, that suddenly you realize, like, beans, this can't do the thing. That feeling is very sobering. Yeah, that feeling is extremely sobering. And that was a situation where I didn't even have, like, fiscal money involved. Oh, Kaitish, thank you. That's what I was scratching at. Yes, Foldable Human did a video about Decentraland, which is the largest, air quotes, metaverse product on the market. And a perfect example of why it'll never fucking work. And you know what? Yeah, the appealing to all audiences and appealing to none. But like, with all of the metaverse products, it's something with the intent that it's going to have an audience or an effect later on. But that audience doesn't exist. And like, honestly, it's feckin' fascinating. Oh yes, Artipo, you're right. The video is called "The Future is a Dead Mall." El Duco Libre. But yeah, sorry, like, the thing with video games is that so long as you're creating something that you could personally enjoy, you are always starting out from a point of a one customer, right? If we're just looking at it from a business standpoint, because, you know, game development is fucking hard, so you're not going to make something that you don't want to exist in the world. And I think that's where all of these tech companies cannot understand it, is they get in their heads that there is a thing that people want that they can't do yet, you know? The whole point around tech startups is, you know, solving a problem. But the thing is, games don't solve immediate problems. They are art. You know, they do good in the world, certainly. You know, games allow us a chance to take a break from it all, or they allow us to experience events and things that we might like to in a safe event. You know, yeah, Artie Piers is subbed up. You know, I love the idea of being a fucking Jedi flying around the galaxy with a laser katana doing wizard shit and being good all the time. That's great. I fucking love that. Knights of the Republic, yeah. Do I actually want to risk my life in one-on-one magical sword duels every day? Nah, I'm good. I am okay. You know? I love the idea of being, you know, a super cool assassin secret agent. But I also like the fact that, you know, I don't have to worry about having the fate of the world in my hands. I don't have to... If I do my job shit, nobody dies. You know what I'm saying? You know, video games allow us to escape or empower. They allow us to share an experience. Like... And that's a wonderful place to start. What all these metaverse projects never thought is, why would we hang out in these spaces? Because the thing is, VR chat already proved that we do want digital spaces to spend time with each other. We don't want a soulless, infinite void of advertising. You know? We want something that feels, if not genuine, then ridiculous. You know? What's the famous one? It's like a Walmart or a Best Buy from like 1980. And people play as the fucking shop assistants there, and people visit this particular server and putz around. Like, there's a glorious ridiculousness to it. And if we're being, I don't want to say cynical, but if we're being a tad realistic, there's also something to the fact that, you know, the 80s were like the last bastion of like potential fiscal possibility, you know? Alright, so there should only be ever 3 ducks in here, so we might get to explore the Great Unknown. Sorry, but yeah, but jumping back, like, there is such a value in digital communication and digital spaces. What suckered me in with Improbable was, in theory, the Improbable tech was designed to allow you to make a small game project that could scale to being a big group multiplayer experiences, which is something that I am very passionate about, right? To date, there are no commercial Improbable video games that you can play. Alright. Alright, looks like it's going to be annoyingly Bruce that's going for a ride. Alright. Hope you're ready to see the great darkness beyond, friends. We're going for the late game bosses. Yeah, and I've often said that with Improbable, there's like an alternate timeline where instead of becoming a tech company, they became a game development company, and they made a couple projects that weren't amazing but were interesting, right? And then those resulted in incredible games, and then the engine and the tech being sold to other companies, and then who knows? But sadly, that's not how it went down. And obviously I cannot talk about anything really because of NDAs and whatnot. What I can say is that Worlds Adrift, which was meant to be an MMO-sized project, sadly never made it to market in its intended size. But what we did see was they recently announced, like, I think it's called Lost Skies, and that being a 6-player cooperative experience. So not a giant world, not a massive nonsense thing, just a small group experience with the same vibe and the same concept. And yeah. Yeah, it's a yellow submarine duck. Okay, so, I need duck names. So we have a polka dot duck, we have a zebra striped duck, we have a black and white Mickey Mouse duck, we have a yellow submarine duck, and... Nope, those are the only ones we've got right now. So again, we have a polka dot duck, a tiger striped duck, a black and white Mickey Mouse duck. Okay, so there we go, Walt Duckney. Done. Fucking done. See? Bam! Paul McQuackney? Yes! Paul McQuackney. That's good. Cleoductra for the tiger stripe. Okay. We've still got the polka dot as well. Okay, Cleoductra is currently winning. Paul McQuackney. "101 Duckmatians." That's pretty good. I think Cleoductra is currently... Tigra de Ductra. Not bad, not bad. I guess it's because they just announced the Egypt Total War. It's kind of where my brain's at right now, you know? Currently, currently 101 Duckmatians is definitely winning for the striped one. Polka Duck Dakini. So we can always come back to it. We can always come back to it. Just see if we get any more. I want to see if we can get Paul McQuackney. There we go. Eye of the Duck. But yeah. Sorry, the thing that I was kind of faffing around and trying... The point I was trying to get to and failing... Oh. Alright, Paul, you're making me weird here. Sorry, yes, the point that I was trying to get to, that I was scratching around at, is that if tech is looking at where there are gaps and trying to fill them, video games are always looking at the user experience first. Alright? Like, I don't want to get into the asinine nature of, you know, the tech industry. There's a lot of nonsense. And there are better days to deconstruct it, but a lot of the time there is a technology either found or created to solve a problem, and then how that interacts with consumers or users, they kind of, that's the afterthought, right? And Gear Graphic, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Thankfully, Fiona and I called a truce on pranking each other during lockdown before things got out of hand. But I had an Alibaba account. Shit nearly got weird. That's all I'm going to say. But anyway, jumping back. But with video games, the first thing we think about is the user experience, the person playing it, right? That's the first thing we think about. Usually, we think about it from our standpoint. So we go, alright, I want to do X in a game. I want a player experience X. There's nothing on the market that does that. How can I make that? You know? Yeah. I mean, Manners, that's also a fascinating one, is that there's multiple ways to start your creative process in video games. You know, which is, what is the story I want to tell? How do I want people to feel? How do I want to feel? Or, I wonder if X and Y would work. You know? We have incredible games that are basically just systems that people threw together because they were like, I wonder if we can make automation fun. So, Occult Game Dev, Nick is saying that what I want players to experience is how they've genuinely approached it, like the golden moments. Yes, that one moment that makes people go, and I think that's a genuinely lovely way of looking at it. You know, we were talking about this the other day about how once you get to a certain point and a certain size in teams, you kind of have to develop your games a certain way. You know, the moment to moment, the minute to minute, what's your game loop? What's an hour of your game look like? What's the tight experience? And again, I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just that sometimes that can lead you into creating very specific experiences, or it can kind of push you to making games where the player is always doing something and there is no time to just stop. Like, can you imagine trying to explain this game to a proper professional publisher? When they start saying, all right, what's your gameplay loop? What's your minute to minute? It's like, well, you have a rubber duck and it's in a pool, and then every few minutes you get another duck. Oh yeah, but like, you know, where's the player agency? Where's the action? You just got ducks. Now, this is actually pretty clever in the sense of like, yes, it's just about having these ducks doing duck stuff, but there are emergent moments that can happen, right? And no, Artipo, I think that's a wonderful way of looking at it. Artipo saying the advice that they'll take to their grave is that if you can't say, well, if nothing else, I'd buy it, then you don't have a product worth making. If you're not making a game that you yourself want to play, like, life's too short, you know? Like, and dunking on nobody, so I'm not going to name any names, but as you know, I was a judge for the Indie Pitch thing last week, and there was one particular product where the two people pitching me had looked at what they perceived to be gaps in the market, and they were absolutely trying to create a game that fit a lot of potential sales points that they clearly had no heart in it, they had no investment. And because of the way that they pitched me, I could tell they didn't actually like or experience games in that space. Because if they had, they would have named titles that did the things that they said nobody does. You know? It's like if somebody pitches you a game, it's like, alright, I'm making a first-person shooter. As you know, nobody in shooters has ever had a double-barreled shotgun. Well, we're gonna have the first. And you're like... Nani? Nani? Super Shotgun says what? But of course you can't say that because you'll be professional. But it tells you that these people don't spend any time in the space. Right? Like, that's the information you get from that. And you know what, Nick? You are right. Not all of us get to work on our dream games. Sometimes you've got to pay the bills. But hopefully, at least the person leading that team has an emotional investment in that. And I know we all do work for hire stuff, but, you know, it's okay to be one person on a massive AAA product, but you've got to, you know, really hope that one of the core people making it genuinely wants that kind of experience, you know? Duck 34. Duck 47. That's what we need. Yeah, and, I mean, Nick, like, thank you for the reminder. I can get a bit... Despite having a very realistic understanding of how games are made and, like, how they're budgeted and how much they cost and all of that, I can still get very idealistic. I'm guilty that even with all the knowledge I have, I can still get very... I don't know. I don't want to say preachy, but... Man, the ice ducks are stacking up. No, I can get a little bit idealistic, and even with all of my knowledge, sometimes my obsession with the medium does definitely carry me towards being like, make the thing that you love! Everything else be damned! Right now, it's a shitty time to be working in video games because everything is shaky and up in the air. And if you have a stable role, hold on to it. This is not the year to be like, I'm going to follow my dreams! No, no. This is not that year. Am I getting cussed out by a pink duck that says duck you? I think I am. Duck me, duck you! Duck me yourself. Duck me yourself, you cowards. But yeah. But what I can say is that, like, using your day job to fuel the creation of the art you want to make is absolutely fucking fine. In fact, go for it. You know, this is the year to make your portfolio piece, make your weird art piece, you know. That I think that is fair to say. I really just want to see as many of these ducks just crammed onto the breach as possible. Oh man, they managed to get 4 in? Oh, I guess we'll follow Rude Duck. Stupid Rude Duck. Although there was one thing that somebody said during Pocket Gamer Connects that really struck me, which is kind of like the boom plus cull effect that we've gotten. That obviously this isn't the first time that the games industry has dealt with a recession. Annoyingly, it's not the first time we've dealt with a recession in our lifetime. Which sucks. Grumble, 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 grumble. But the thing is, the current downturn that we're experiencing came right after a massive, unnatural boom, right? I mean, you don't need me to tell you. We were stuck indoors. Everyone's spending money on video games. Fuck yes. So this means that there's a sudden huge injection of money into the scene. And people are inspired to start making and start creating because they see this gap popping up. And then we get to this point, and everyone's basically being shut down before they're getting a chance. It's not even like indie companies are being picky, they're being safe. Because they think they're about to face, like, the worst. So they're only spending money on projects that they fucking know. Alright, that makes sense. I'm not judging that one. But it means that the kind of indie titles we'll see releasing, like, next year, the year after, are the people who absolutely positively believed in their project enough to just fucking keep going with it, you know? So anyone who's even a little bit casual about whether or not they were going to release their title now suddenly has creative doubts. But if someone is absolutely positively dedicated to what they want to make, they're going to give it their bloody all. And again, I'm not saying that's a smart move. I just, yeah. Manas, it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely. Some places do have like prototyping teams and things like that, but I've only really known them to be small case-by-case concepts. So like, I can only really talk about places where I've worked. So in Rocketworks, and this is all information that Dean has shared in interviews, it is probably not the case now, but when I was there was multiple projects all at once, and they would spool up and spool down depending on like release date and success and things like that. So rather than like an indie team developing one game, they were developing 5. And so the idea was to kind of offset the danger of indie development by having lots of releases coming together, which is kind of cool. Darn it, I was really hoping the Zamboni was just going to go for a straight up, like, down the middle. Well, okay, so Dracogen, that is also possible of, like, multiplying the danger by 5. But the idea being is that none of the projects were fiscally risky enough that losing one would sink it. And that the idea is that 2 successes out of 5 would keep the whole thing going. Which is interesting. Other teams I've worked on is basically you pitch internally, and if you make it past the internal pitching stage, you're then given resources to create a prototype or a vertical slice. Is there a moon duck? Is there a sponge duck? Let's go have a look. If you want to come up with some names... so the rude duck needs a name. And... I can't tell if it's a moon duck or a sponge duck. And those are the new ones for now. The Quack Out Club? Shit, that is great. I'm actually offended at us we didn't come up with that sooner. Be handing in my Blackout Club card. Jordan has to explain to co-workers why there's a sliver of skin in the mail. Well, so Fred, it's already got Duck U written on the side of it. That would be funny as hell. However, I actually quite like this tattoo, so I'm definitely keeping it. Okay, so we need a name for the moon duck. But yeah, so jumping back, what would happen with big studios I was at is that you would pitch internally, and then if the pitch got greenlit, then you would move on to create either a prototype or a vertical slice, and then from there, decisions would be made. But the irony being is that you could come up with something that was very fresh and very interesting, and if the studio liked it, they'd spool it up to being a large project. Quackum Moon, not bad. Like a Quantum Moon, Quackum Moon. To Quack and Beyond, not bad. That's no duck! offers with a banger. Can anyone top That's No Duck? So Fred, this is actually just it. You just leave the game to run, and it drops a new rubber duck in every so often. The ducks move around. Some of them have special things that they do. But Duck Star, Duck's Haunted, Duck Side of the Moon. We need a darker... Oh, I do like Duck Side of the Moon. Yeah, that's good. Well done, Vanderbeest. Well done. But yeah, no, Fred, this whole game is just that. It's just ducks. Just taking some little pictures. The Quack Out Club. Oh yeah, and there are some like little things to unlock and little secrets to find and stuff, but like certain ducks in certain places can affect the world. So like there's a little fire pit in the water here that you can light up for certain ducks, but then other ducks are flammable, so it keeps going. Duck around and find out. But yeah, sorry. So Hetmanners, I don't know of many teams that have really good internal prototyping, because they tend to fall into the trap of their own ideas initially. You know, a lot of the big teams keep saying that they want like little bits of innovation and stuff like that, and then they spool up the projects or absorb them into their ecosystem. Sometimes they'll even hire small teams to join with the express idea of them remaining as their own little entity. It never stays that way. If you want a really good example of like the loss of identity through acquisition, Campo Santo, the team behind feckin' Firewatch, who were going to make their grand game, they were going to make their grand follow-up. They got acquired by Valve and then got roped into making Half-Life Alyx. And apparently whatever happened during that, it wasn't good because their apparent follow-up got cancelled. And like, I can't imagine Campo Santo wanting to do that and lose their identity in the space. So, like, again, I can only theorize. I don't know anybody at, like, what was Campo Santo, but yeah. And I know the team that was working on the Witcher spin-off game, Molasses Flood, just lost a load of people. Like, it's messy out there. Okay. Nick was saying that Valve, Nintendo First Party, and Kitfox, the only studios they know that have strong prototyping cultures. That's a good point. Although the irony, of course, being that Valve, while they do have a strong prototyping culture, a lot of the time it comes from... Again, only 4 ducks. Let's see if we can get more in there. Their strong prototyping culture comes from their leaderless position, and that, at least to my understanding, they don't have a strong identity of how to like carry those things through. Nintendo First Party, you're always articulating on a theme, which isn't a bad thing. Kitfox, Kitfox are an interesting bunch for feckin' sure. Verdant Flow, to my knowledge, Double Fine no longer does the Amnesia Fortnite, which was their kind of like public prototyping setup. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Sorry, Nick, I didn't mean to dismiss what you were saying. If they did get paid a boatload of money, then feckin' good on them. Oh! Why are we getting duck ARG nonsense? What is happening? So there's ducks playing poker. Retro duck. And then of course the gentleman hunting duck. Yeah, apparently we found duck secrets. Because these allow us to... Duck ARG about these feathered friends would be a duck tail. Terrors the lot of you, you know that, right? Ooh. See, shit like this, I love. Now I'm going to see if there's anything down here to play with. Play with the puck. Can we play with the robot? Or the snowman? Maybe when the plane goes over we can play with that? Hey, River. Party Duck, how are you so rad? Walt Duckney is just doing defense. Yeah, that information would be reducted. Alright. RT Post says if it helps remove the attention, you don't have the duck you need for that secret. That's fucking cool. Verdant says, Will, could you look at the number again? I think they're ASCII codes. Sure. To your heart's ducking content. Oh, we're talking about, like, prototyping culture and stuff like that. I really would love to instill a better prototyping culture in large AAA spaces, because I think that there is a large amount of creativity that does go to waste. But Longship Game Jam confirmed. One day, friend, one day. At the moment, we just try and field teams for other game jams, but that's another story. But yeah, sorry. I find it very frustrating that large teams like that don't have a prototyping space. The message says LSDna. LSDna. Huh. I wonder if there's a psychedelic duck we have to name that. Because if we look at the posters, yeah, one of them is the Ducky Experience. Anyway, let's go back to El Ducko Libre, who seems to be the most chill of all the ducks. But no, I find it frustrating that big studios don't have a prototyping culture. And I completely understand why. It's just frustrating, you know? Because what happens is you hire people to be you know, to work on a game specifically because it needs to get released or things need to get done or people need help and stuff like that. But then you can't... The people you should be rewarding with a chance to prototype their own stuff end up being the most important linchpin members of the team. Oh, we can't let Dave spend a month prototyping a game he wants to make because Dave's the only engine person who knows how to implement fucking duck physics. We can't function without Dave, so Dave can't go do it. So what, then the juniors are the ones that get to do it? But like, you know, person has been there for only a year versus person who's been there the whole project. How come they get to spend a month doing fun stuff, right? And that's when it starts really getting, like, bitey. Let me tell you, friends, you'd think that in pitching a game internally inside a large games company, everyone's like, yeah, well done, you. Nah. People find out you're pitching, knives come out because they think that you're skipping on your work. And if you succeed, you'll become above them. Like, it's the only time in large-scale video game stuff where I've seen people get really stabby, you know? And it shouldn't be that way. Like, we should all be fucking, like, bestie supportive friendos. But sadly, it's not how it goes down. Well, yeah, so Artipo, you're right. They're not going to train anybody to back up Dave. But that's not usually because of, like, the... If you'll forgive the term, like, the Heisenberg paranoia. It's not because Dave's like, oh, if they learn my secrets, I'll be worthless. But more because time that Dave spends training replacement is time Dave is not doing duck physics on this whole duck project. Yeah, Nick was saying technical designers will always be too busy polishing gameplay and main project can never be done. Yeah. And honestly, so Hemp Manners, with the amount of technical ability you have, especially with modding for Rain World, honestly, just like start deving your own projects in your time, because that way you can make a video game, you can have fun with it, but you can work on the bits that you like. You know, if you get the opportunity to work with a big team, then cool, but you've got the ability to create. That's very powerful. But yeah. Sorry, here's me bitching about big old studios. Oh, regular duck but with stickers on. Okay. I'll hang out with the Quack Out Club for a bit longer. I mean, at this point, friends, I would... Oh. But, like... Oh, sorry. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Sleep well. At this point, friends, like, I'm very happy with where I am at right now. And again, I'm not saying this just in case they are here and listening. Like... The projects that I'm contributing to right now are really good. One of them is feckin' weird and off the wall, and the other one is, like, wholesome and genuine. And I get to hang out with you lot during the day, which is fucking brilliant. If I had the magical wishing rocks, what would I do? I would probably get a buttload of investment and carefully publish real small titles. So, you know, take a few mil and publish, like, games that cost, like, $15,000, $20,000 to take to market. Maybe $100K if I'm going to splash out. And just, like, curate the kind of games that will make people go, what? You know, your Betrayal at Club Low, your fucking Duck Simulator. That's what I do with the stupid monies. You know? Because assuming that I have financial stability and I'm not, like, you know, I'm not betting the farm, then, yeah, I'd be able to just see creative people getting the resources they need. You know? What was feckin' fascinating is while I was at Pocket Gamer Connects, is there were 2 titles where I would have just taken the devs by the hand, if I had the money, and gone, no, I'm your publisher now. You don't need to pitch. No, we're leaving the pitching game. I'm buying your game. We're doing this. This is happening. There was also one individual whose title was so fucking wild. I just wanted to give them money just to see the insane, unhinged nonsense that they would make with it. You know what I mean? But yeah. Again, I've said this multiple times. If any of you do happen to find a gigantic chest of cursed Spanish gold, I'll happily take a couple of mil and turn it into some video games. Like, don't worry about it. Also, that means we get to do. Hang on, what's Paul McQuackney doing? I was gonna say we'll definitely do Long Con. Paul, what is up? Fucking moonwalking back into the pool. Artsy Poster says that's the pass around the same $20 the con of game dev. There's definitely a scene, Poe. It's not quite as bad as indie comic books, but there's definitely a scene. Oh, Fred, and absolutely. But, I mean, that's something I'd love to do. I want to see if Paul McQuackney makes it back in. I will say, like, one of the projects I'm working with does have funding, and it is lovely being in a position to be able to advise them. Obviously, I'm advising them, like, you know, for cool Paul McQuackney living that very strange best life. You know, I'm not advising them to spend stupid money or to do anything ridiculous, but it's nice that I don't have to be advising them on the if they get investment or not. You know what I mean? That's very nice. God, sorry, here's me sitting by the fire feeling all wistful. Is this why I get so fucking feelsy when you lot do nice things? Because, you know, I'm in a very privileged position that I can just help people. You know? Super lucky in that regard. Especially with things being as they are now, I have so many exceptional friends who can only take paid consultancy gigs because they gotta eat. Like, that's their biz. And I respect them so much. Oh, come on, Paul. Come on. There's the pond. You can bloody make it. But yeah, I try not to get too feelsy about this stuff all the time, but you know what I mean. Eating is overrated. I've lived that lifestyle for a long time, let me tell you. Come on, Paul! I believe in you, Paul. Got this. Anyway, sorry friends, I'm getting off into the weird and the nonsense. I don't know. Maybe I'll find like the one good VC out there and they'll let me be their publishing wing. Or again, maybe I'll end up having stupid money and I can use it to make other people's games happen. I also believe, Angel Kalina, that it was Frontalot that says they're in the t-shirt business. Oh, here we go. Come on, Paul. Fucking Ringo would have got themselves out of this. Ringo would have solved this. Paul, you duckling disappointment. Like a yellow snubmarine you at some point. Did I ever tell you that the reason I became friends with Front a lot is because for a while Front thought that me and Ben were the same person. So when I first met Front a lot doing like PAXs and stuff was back when Ben was doing a lot of PAXs as well. And so I guess somewhere in Front's mind, two ginger Brits just kind of became the same entity. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen them next to me, but myself and Ben, the ginger and the Britishness is about where the similarities... Go on, Paul! Yes! Fucking wee! I'm proud of you, Paul McQuackney. I'm sorry I said you were worse than Ringo. Woo! Action-packed gameplay! Ducks in a pond! Good work, Paul. Good work. God, this game is like What If Mist, but ducks. Thick McDuck fast. Ha! Love it. But yeah, oh, I forget what the fuck I was. Oh yeah, just that Front a lot thought me and Ben were the same person. So Front was always super nice to me, and then when Front found out that we were different people, was then very apologetic. God, I haven't been able to see him play in fucking ages. Hopefully at this PAX. An air dragon, you're welcome. Oh. And friends, I hope you don't mind my kind of musings about money. I've never been one to want, you know, I kind of came... I made peace with a lot of things in my 20s, like I'm not going to be a person that owns a car. It's unlikely that there's ever going to be an estate in my name, and I'm okay with that, you know. By not having a house has meant that I've been, you know, able to travel the world and eventually meet all of you lot, which is really fucking cool. And, you know, I don't find myself sitting around being like, oh, I wish I had finer clothes. I'm doing good. You know, I wish I had better food. Nah, I eat fucking great. Fiona's ability to turn, you know, bargain bin ingredients into exceptional cooking. Oh. Yo, Fiona did just, like, steak fries and mashed potatoes the other night, which should just be a simplistic meal. And I'm still dreaming about it. It was so good. Yeah, Fred, there is no stately Will Manor. There was an Overguard estate at one point, but, like, that was never going to be anywhere near me. And, honestly, I didn't fucking want it. I got to see, from several different angles, what money does to a family, and it's not good. Quack. It's bad. Let me go back by the fire. Yeah, Whiskers gets it. So my grandpa was William Overguard. I'm named after him. And he was a writer. Primarily, he did comic books, and then he did some regular books. He did a movie. Toshiro Mifune was in it. It's right fancy. And so, yeah, he made a few bob in his life. The only claims to fame that are really relevant is he wrote, what was it? Silverhawks, Peter Pan and the Pirates, and he wrote a few episodes of Thundercats. So, there you go. But it meant that, like, his kids all had, like, a stake in the Overguard estate. And it destroyed them. You know, my uncle, he got hit by a Black Widow. Married him about, like, 4 months before he passed away from cancer. with no will, so she inherited everything, and my aunt and her teamed up to have the estate split between all the kids, which means the selling of the house and all the stuff. And they launched this attack days after my father had a brutal stroke. Like, it was nasty. And like, I can't imagine doing that to somebody that you genuinely care about. And yeah, that's what that dangling of cash. You know, I've seen people chase it and it destroy them. So yeah, you know what? If my lot in life is to have, you know, budget steak fries from Freddy's and MASH, fuck yeah. Oh yeah, money does weird stuff to people. And honestly, it's one of the reasons why sometimes I talk a lot about this, is because there's also a part of me that's afraid of what I might be like if I ever had cash. So I need to have a system by which, on the off chance that it happens, it just wham goes over there. So yeah, if I ever do have stupid money, congratulations, your indie game's getting funded. Let me tell you that. Like, there's the jobs are good one. Anyway, on to happier topics. Jumping back to what we were saying earlier about like AAA being a bit wah of late. God, it's the indie scene. I'm just drowning. And I mean, numbers, that's a very complicated question, but suffice it to say, like, I mean, the counterpoint is, like, what is fiscally stable in the United States, right? You can own your own place and have a good job and have cash coming in every month, but you're one random dice roll away from just being completely destitute. So I try not to think about it, you know? Let's go to the Quack Out Club. Where's my duck? Sorry, that got, like, that did get a bit dark, but that's a very dark question. Yeah. Well, so Air Dragon, that was what was so weird about being in the game investment space, is $10,000 is too small to get from a lot of places. In fact, a few publishing outfits had to create whole new divisions to be able to get people a little bit. And that was so wild. No joke. Microsoft had to set up a special division for funding small indie projects because they didn't have a way of giving people less than $1 million. And it's fucking wild. And the one that broke my brain, and the reason why I've got a little bit of a about like VCs and stuff like that, is learning about speculative VCs that have to have a fail rate, which is that if your budget is, I'm just pulling this number out my arse, if you have a $10 million budget a year and you invest all of that in varying companies, startups and what have you, that you need to have a minimum amount of failures per year, because if you're meant to be an aggressive speculative investment, you should be failing. And if you're not failing, that means you're being too safe. And I just despise the idea that because of some asinine theories, you're throwing things away. I know, yes, I understand the logistics of it and the why. It's just infuriating. Artie Poe's asking about do we have the Invisiduck? We have this monstrosity. We have regular duck with band-aids. And sorry, friends, apologies for going on a rant. We have Camo Duck. So we have basically blue diamond duck, duck with band-aids. Oh, we have a sparkly duck. There's still 3 ducks we have not acquired. So numbers, the reason behind it is that you're being too safe. And if you're being too safe, it means you're not in the new emergent markets. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Anyway. So, I need a name for a camo duck. I need a name for a blue diamond duck. A regular duck. So, I mean, okay. We said we were going to have like a fro duck. Or was it Bilbo Quackins? Oh, duck and cover. Favor 6. Spot on. Spot on. Manners, just a duck is good. However, in my brain, all I can hear is Gwen Stefani's I'm just a girl, but replaced with duck. And just a Cold Game Day, we're just adding that VC stuff is exhausting to deal with. Super draining, they said. Yeah, it's not. It's not fun. Three corgis in a duck suit. Not bad. That's... I tell you what, Artipo, I think we might be able to get duck around and find out. Yeah, duck around and find out. Okay, so I need diamond duck and sparkly duck. I love that we're creating this like pantheon of duck stories. Paul McQuackney's desperately trying to break free. Diamond Dallas duck, not bad, not bad. Yeah, and again, friends, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm having a big old whinge. Like, I apologize that money's been very much on the brain lately, but like, you all have been helping us get through shit. You know, we're not out of the fire, but no one's going hungry. Like, the animals have food, we have food. Like, yeah. Oh god, yeah. Sorry, just Nick was saying, like, on the subject of like the VC stuff of like, how are you going to monetize it? Is a question that they dread because VCs don't want to hear, oh well, we're going to make a premium product and we're going to sell it. They want to hear this is going to continuously make infinite money forever. Andromeduck? You know what? Yeah, no. Although I think Andromeduck would be the sparkly one over here. There's got to be a good one for Diamond Duck. And yeah. I mean, this is where, like, the business of video games is an art form in its fucking self. Trying to create a perceivable business model that is tasty to people who want to just make cash, but isn't going to be hated by your users, and may actually be embraced.
Capitalism is a scourge.
Yeah. You're not wrong, friend, you're not wrong. But annoyingly, we have to deal with it. You know? We're over here sitting around waiting for like the Rules 3 change, and we're not getting it. So unfortunately, we have to work with a busted, barely patched gameplay system. Yeah. Well, so Angel Kalina, the reason why I don't like talking about it is because primarily still the thing that makes money and the thing that keeps us fed and, you know, keeps the animals in good nick is this. Today, I fed my family by talking video games with you lot and naming ducks. And, you know, there are people out there who work fucking brutal jobs and bust their ass and don't get to share their days in this manner. Like, fuck it, a diamond in the duck. Because if you crack it open, it's busted. Like, I don't like talking about this because, you know, this is a wonderful way to spend one's time and is definitely one of the jobs I have loved the absolute most. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't like talking about it. And no, diamond in the duck, not diamond in the D. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, and the ducks are named. Look at this little squad. A squad of cool names. I mean, so friends, here's the flip side, and one of the things that's fun about days like today is, like, we can just sit back and be like, alright, but what if we had a $2 million budget for our video game? You know? We could just play that kind of armchair general, but video games. Now, personally, if I had a $2 million budget right now, I would budget for, I don't know, 3-4 year long devs, probably a 3-4 year long dev cycle. So probably only a team of like 3 to 5 core with contractors. Because like right now is a scary time to release video games, and depending on the kind of title, you know. Again, I'm partially in fantasy land, partially in reality. I get to hang out with you lot, right? So let's say I suddenly have the money to fund a team. Well, then we just talk about it on stream. I show you bits whilst also playing other games. And as the title gets more and more closer to launch and more successful, we don't really shift, but we talk about it a lot more. And then, yeah, the title is released. It's out into the wild. Sorry, Eeyore was like, yo, and I quote, I wish people had told me Cult of the Lamb. Was this good? Hey, we weren't joking. We were talking about this the other night. I think actually, Nick, you and I were talking about this on like Sea of Thieves night. But like, we knew it wasn't going to be bad, but no one knew it was going to be as just monumental as it was. And a massive fiscal success as well. Oh, yeah, that would be a good way of doing it as well. Oh, sorry, Favor 6 was saying if they had silly money, they'd do like a DreadX collection style funding around themes. So, if you haven't seen it, so the business model of the DreadX collection is fascinating. Basically, a handful of developers are paid to game jam and polish like little like vertical slice demo sized projects. And then they're all bundled into a collection and then sold. Oh, Hempman is spot on. I tell you what though, if we were doing like investment into the Longship, aside from obvious ones like, you know, mic double rig camera, etc., I would hire Deus full time and just have Deus as our full time editor. Yeah, Nick, right? 41k a month sounds like way more cash to burn than it should be. that's what's scary about it. And a horse ninja, Watto and welcome. Okay, so Angel Kalina. Yeah, sure you can. So in your current fields, like, what is an artistic project that you'd love to just go full time on it and just blam? You know, I do Cash no Jitsu and Booth. Yeah, except for Disney, because duck Disney. This conversation's getting ducking out of hand. God, yeah, like... I think that's the only big money spend I would make, like, stream-wise. I'm happy with everything else. But yeah, being able to hire Deus full-time to do some really wild, like, video stuff is great. But I might be able to do some super cool stuff with Skadi as well, so... Sorry, here's me talking about how I'd hire one friendo, and the other friendo is going to be like, the fuck am I, chop liver? No, Skadi's work's feckin' great. And I'm really hoping that we'll be able to do some long-form stuff. Because Skadi's been doing the VODs and, like, the tweaks and... So, like, when we have, like, a big technical outage, Skadi's been stitching the bits together so it's one VOD. Oh, Biggs, that would be feckin' cool. Sorry, Biggs was saying that if they had the silly money, they'd make a game similar to My Summer Car, but called My Grandfather's Mech, where you build a mech. Ah, beans. Seeing if I could click on the plane. But yeah, so you basically get given your grandfather's mech, and then the goal is to kind of try and win like some arena fights and some tournaments with it. I do see the woolly mammoth duck underneath the ice. I wonder now how we get that. So Favor 6, there was a time when I might have considered renting a space for streaming. And there are some benefits to having an independent place, but like right now, nah. You know, if I had that much money to invest per month into a dedicated streaming setup, then I'd try and move us to a bigger place, you know? I am envious of friends who have, like, big old, like, excellent... Let's see if I can... who'd have, like, big old excellent streaming spaces, like, dedicated. And it would make things like, you know, group games with friends IRL a lot easier. I know last time Salem was in here for the Dreamcast stuff, it got real fucking cozy in here, let me tell you. All the time we had Tobias in, and Tobias was on the Gundam shelf behind with his laptop for Sea of Thieves. But that would be a lot of fun, but, like... I don't know. I can't see us... I can't see the Longship becoming the next feckin' Rooster Teeth or Funhouse or what have you. I don't... I don't know. You never know how things will change. So far, my most famous video on the internet is I put the Fun Disco light in the oven. God. Longship, the Mr. Beast of indie games. Fucking hell. I did not know a lot about that individual, and the more I learn, the more I'm like... He wanted to buy a whole suburban town for all his employees and have everybody, like, live and work in the same town. And I was like, cool. That sounds like hell on earth. No. Beans. I thought they were going to jam a whole bunch of ducks in here, but... Ah, well. And yeah, Biggs, there's always time, friend. Honestly, one thing that's been really interesting is the flip on game dev streams, that if you're learning something like Unreal and doing that as a stream, people will actually come in and help you, as opposed to like a lot of the old game dev streams, which used to be a lot of, you know, people asking for help or being like, tell me how I do the thing. Yeah, no, Fred, that's also another one. Oh, Beans, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, no, I was just mentioning that, like, out of all the video assets and work that I've done, currently the dumb video about my oven has eclipsed everything else. I swear, like, there must be somebody on TikTok who just reposts it every now and then, because it's at nearing 500,000 views. Just a dumb video of my oven. Actually, I mean, Holy Bus, I think you're onto something very viable there. Like, taking Hatsune Miku's Five Nights at Freddy's, the idea of you being at a bunch of monitors and watching stuff, but, like, doing, like, deep space or, like, you know, faster than light travel and the strange anomalies and shit, you know, that would be feckin' on point. Nick adding, like, a Five Nights at Freddy's Carnival Cruise would be an amazing setting. Yeah. Oh, and just in case anyone was worried, that's where all the baby ducks were. Just hanging out in the corner. Babushka duck. Yo, okay. So Fred was saying it's Five Nights at Freddy's, only you're working fast casual and you have to tend to children. There's no killer robots, it's just kids and parents. That's the sequel to Night of the Consumers that I'm not saying we deserve, but it is a nesting duck. If you all can come up with a good name for this one, let me know. The Nutquacker. Alright, can anyone top the Nutquacker? From Ducky with Love? Not bad, not bad. Verdenflow, good. Because that's actually accurate, because it's like one of the nesting dolls. And I believe that's the proper name for him. But it's not as funny as the Nutquacker, given... Alright, if you can beat the Nutquacker, I will update it, but that's what it's getting for the moment. It's a ballet duck. But if you do take one thing from the Five Nights at Freddy's story, it's remember that Hatsune Miku made a lot of video games before Five Nights at Freddy's. One of them was called Fart Hotel. And it is better to make lots of bad video games than to make one good one. And I know that sounds stupid and counterintuitive, but it be true. Nah, Angel Cleaner, they're fine in the corner. They've been playing Tiny Duck Yu-Gi-Oh! This whole time. They're having a great time. Hemp Manners, I like to think of it as have fun failing and repeat. Yeah, it's... Nick, it's so wild how incredibly talented Hatsune Miku is doing Minecraft, Five Nights at Freddy's, The Witness, like, alongside having an incredible successful music career. What can't Hatsune Miku do? If you're wondering what the bloody hell we're talking about, because a lot of the time we do still have to talk about games where the solo creators are a bit of a piece of shit. Or sometimes a lot of a piece of shit. So I don't know who started doing it, but it has become like industry standard that if a game is attributed to a single person and that single person is a garbage person, then it's basically adopted by Hatsune Miku. So yeah, so that's why we're talking about that one, because, you know, sadly, the guy behind Five Nights at Freddy's is bad people. I'm sorry. I don't know what his involvement is in the new film and what's going on with it. And honestly, I got enough real life shit to worry about. I'm not going to the cinema to watch Five Nights at Freddy's. Artsy Poe, I tried to read that and I think it broke a little piece of my brain, so I'm not going to. Hemban is yes, one of the ducks is on fire. It's been Banksy's real identity that's been repeatedly on fire. Hang on, let's see if they're still on fire. No, Banksy's true identity for once is not on fire. Because between them and the wooden ducks, quite a few of them are actually extremely flammable. Not all of them, just some of them. I think Quack My Witch Up is flammable. Hey, Biggs, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening, alright, friend? Also, shout out to the person who made The Watcher, a parody spoof of The Witness. The time and effort that went into that makes my little heart happy. God, I wish I could rewatch Indie Game the movie without spending a whole load of money. Because I've been meaning to like re-examine the profiles of everybody back then. You know what, Nick? I was thinking exactly the same thing, and I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to sound like a bitch. But absolutely, absolutely. Ah. I saw him. He had his little wristband on. God. Sometimes I get frustrated. So, one of the things that's very frustrating is that I had to block him so I didn't see it, is that old J-Blow does in fact stream intermittently on Twitch, and he just plays boring video games. And he is just, if he's not being obnoxious, he's just boring. And he has a very, very large audience because of the success of his titles and because a certain kind of person like latches onto that. You know. And I get frustrated with it sometimes. And then I remember that living in such a manner can only ever hurt you. You can only ever end up miserable from it. I'd much rather hang out with you lot. And yeah, I definitely feel like I have the better deal, you know what I mean? Faber 6, so J Blow, Jonathan Blow, who did the time travel dumb game and then did The Witness. He's an arse. He's an arse. And Handlebar, Watto and welcome. But spotted him at GDC this year, looking thoroughly miserable. Also, while he has changed his wording several times, at least from things he has said online, it is perceived that he is anti-vaccination. However, the only way to get into GDC is by being vaccinated. So, yeah, and that's what made me think of Indie Game the movie. Oh, Skeleduck! Oh, hang on, Jack Skeleduck? No, we can do better. Okay, we have a skeleton duck on the field. I need a name for a skeletal duck. And also, the nesting ducks are spreading! Quack my bones, love it. Sans Duck. But yeah, so Occult Game Dev, Nick, I was just like, that's why my brain was like, God, I really want to rewatch Indie Game the movie, but I don't know how I can do it without spending $20. I do not. If I had $20 to spend on Indie Game the movie, I would spend it on food. The Grim Squeaker? This is gold! Alright, can anyone top the Grim Squeaker? Skeleduck's not bad, Horse Ninja, but the Grim Squeaker is choice. Mallard Cavaria. Not bad, not bad. And yeah, so the other one I need a name for is the slightly smaller nesting duck from the Nutquacker. God. So Angel Cleaner, I wouldn't want to go with that one because I wouldn't want people to think I was taking the piss out of something cultural. That's really good. Day of the Ducks. I still have my Day of the Devs t-shirt around here somewhere. Oh no, an Angel Cleaner, you're fine. It's just, you know. The Nestinator? Not bad, not bad. We can do better. We can do better. But yeah, it is a crime that we can't just... Like, Indie Game the movie should be on Netflix and stuff like that. And yeah, it's an incredible time capsule. El Duco Libre. Yep. Grim Fanducco. Not bad. But yeah, it's... I tell you what, we'll come back to this one, but I need a name for the smaller... Alright, this is the duck I need a name for. Mallardtrushka? That's pretty good. The Nutquacker and Mallardtrushka. But yeah, so friendos, as Nick was saying, this is why I end up talking to Nick so long, is we're both talkers and like games industry fanatics. But yeah, so Indie Game Movie was a product 1,000 years ago during the summer of Xbox Live Indie Arcade promotion that followed like Phil Fish, Rami Ismail, Ed McMullen, Jonathan Blow, and like one other person, as they were all trying to get their stuff together for this huge Microsoft-backed promotion. Now, all of these games would end up being wildly successful, that being Super Meat Boy, Fez, J Blow's Wonky Time Adventure, and I can't remember which one it was that Rami was involved with at that point, or if he was just talking. Dance the Sugar Plum Ducky. You know what? Mallardtrushka, I think, is the... I think I'm going to go with that one. Misnomer's been giving me bangers. But yeah, so it wasn't just Games Fest, it was also tying in with a big indie promotion. So they were going to be front and center. And yeah. It's quite interesting as well, the thing you're mentioning about the air quotes indie-pocalypse. And how history is kind of changing the setup of that. Because it was like, the golden age of indie, it wasn't really the golden age of indie. A handful of people kind of got there first. Later on, we would see a larger breadth and depth of indie games getting a more wide variety of success, you know? I keep forgetting what J Blow's Wonky Time Adventure was called, but like of all the titles, that one was probably... It had a mechanic that was fascinating, but for all intents and purposes, it was yet another like 16-bit platformer with a twist. And you can't just do that anymore, you know? If you put J Blow's Wonky Time Adventure next to, say, The Messenger, for example, or Katana Zero or something like that. You can see how simplistic a lot of those were. Yeah, I will say, well, everybody from the industry at some point does have a Phil Fish story. You know, the film definitely painted him as the extremely tortured artist. But he was definitely under a lot of pressure with no support, and that is something that's always worth talking about, that even as an indie who is looking at success, it can be very isolating and you can get overwhelmed with no backup very easily. Like, I got no hate for Phil Fish. There's a lot of things from that time quack moment shot that reflect very weirdly now, but I don't mean this to sound as dark as it is, but the manner in which Phil kind of exploded and self-destructed taught the rest of us a very, very large lesson. You know, things about being chronically online, about like arguing with not just your audience but with bad faith actors. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, Phil was a wonderful, beautiful person with no flaws. I'm not a wonderful, beautiful person with no flaws. I've been a piece of shit. Oh shit, new duck! It's even smaller! I need another name. Name this duck. You know, I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. And there's a lot of stuff from that era that I don't agree with. So, like, the discussion about how, like, JRPGs was a bad term and stuff like that. But, yeah. Essentially, yeah. Phil got thrown... Well, it wasn't even that Phil got thrown to the wolves. No one... Okay, Navi, Ducky, Yoshika, it's gotta be. A load of you have suggested it, and I don't know why I've been hesitant to implement it. There we go. Thank you. But, I don't know how to describe it. It was just... There was no support network, so when the wolves came for Phil, he was by himself. And we've learned a lot since then. And the irony being is that, like, Fez is still a loved and respected game in the space. And it was interesting to see that in that regard, the separation of person and product. Like, Phil didn't receive any protection because he's the guy that made Fez. And that was very unique. So yeah. Should be able to click on the snowman. It's rude that I can't. But yeah, there's a lot of things to be learned from there. Oh, and Braid! Thank you, Nick. That was J-Blow's Wonky Time Adventure. I'm still gonna call it that. But yeah, it was a very strange time, and it was a time when you could know all the indies, and so that created this perception. So, we're either living through like the end of the indie golden age right now, or we're in a strange blip that's going to mark a different arc. Oh, numbers. It's so pretentious. The numbers were just saying that they found Braid to be pretentious. Absolutely. Do you know what's fascinating? Is putting Braid next to Thomas Was Alone, another indie success story from that era. Fascinating. Because from a technical standpoint, Thomas Was Alone is a lot simpler in visual and technicalities, but it's a lot less pretentious and a lot more focused on like emotional empathy of the audience. Alright, I don't actually want to... let's hang out with the Quack Out Club again. But yeah. So Hempman is asking, like, what's the line between interesting indie games and the nth meme game on Steam? There are two answers. So, success based on sales. If the game sells good, then it makes it less of a meme game, even if it is memetic in its intent. You know, the difference between... I can't think of a bad meme game right now, but like My Summer Car and a bad meme game. You know what I mean? It's based on, like, title. It's based on sales, but it's... in the long run, if you want to get arty-farty about it, it's what we take away from it. Like, this is a game about plastic ducks in a pond. This is very memetic. But here we are. We have a lineage of ducks with great names. We found, like, secrets and hidden elements. Like, there's more to this than just, LOL, Rubber Duck Simulator. And this is a title that seeks to draw us in with a memetic concept and then expand upon that idea to be more than. I mean, Hemp Manners, that's what broke my brain with Wanted Dead, which is obviously a much larger budget project, but I still can't tell you if that game is memeing on us or if it's legit. I can't tell you if it is the room of video games or if it is fucking, like, you know, the self-aware genius of, like, Airplane or The Naked Gun. And I still don't have an answer for you. Now, Nick, I do agree with you. And it's not because I want to see gatekeeping, but the flood tends to... The flood is not of, like, people who made a successful game on itch.io and are launching on Steam. The flood came from people who don't understand the space banging and cobbling some stuff together and releasing it and creating noise. On the one hand, I don't want to see us gatekeep the environments that we're in, but as Steam's general quality of title... Was that a shooting star? Did I just miss a shooting star? Beans. Alright, we'll hang up the lumberquack. There was a time when anything released on Steam was guaranteed 20,000 sales by virtue of being on Steam. And yeah, now that the signal to noise ratio is so wonky, it's really hard. And great things can sink to the bottom in that slurry, that sludge. So, I don't know. I used to talk about it a lot. I think I just made my peace with it. Because, yeah, back in the day, if you could get your title on Steam, you were guaranteed 20,000 sales. Guaranteed. Because Valve was so carefully guarded about the quality of titles they released, that even with no marking, it's like, boosh, guaranteed. But right now, it is what it is, right? And so what it's meant is that Steam's become closer to YouTube in that it is the platform that people observe and understand, but you get nothing from it apart from, like, what? You still get hosting of your game, you still get, like, a simple patching system that people like, and payment processing from around the world, which is not nothing. It's just... As Faber6 is saying here, how many brilliant games were sunk without a trace on Steam? Like, even with all of my research and knowledge, seeing incredible games just disappear is just sad. But then the flip side being is, like, if we had gate-kept the games on Steam, would those titles have made it either? Would they have had the ability to get through? Yeah. Well, in Hemp Manners, it's a success begets success. You know, if you open up the Steam store page, you're going to see already successful titles, because the algorithm needs the data. Valve aren't in the business of doing, like, curated lists or promotions, so it's the publishers who have the money to do promotions on Steam. However, the Apple Store does that, where they do the staff picks. And it's basically turned the Apple staff selections into a fucking kingmaker. Now, I have no way to confirm this. This is purely speculation. But I would theorize that teams would look at possibly providing, let's say, fiscal thank yous, should they be included in the, you know, the Apple staff picks. Yeah. And, like, Favor 6, Greenlight was by no means a better system. You know, as we've seen, you can't rely on... Let's follow Gandalf the White. You can't rely on users to be a good barometer of potential success. Because... Oh, and Verdant Flow, have a lovely rest of your evening. Because you can promise anything to users, right? But... if all the system is requiring is what you're offering, not actually... Sorry, what you're promising, not actually able to deliver, then it basically becomes a who can promise the best mystical promise contest. Or in other sides, like, who has the most famous connections, you know, your mighty number 9s. So yeah, Greenlight was not a better system by any means. So... What I am saying is that I don't have a solution. Every choice has its pros and cons, and the problem is like, yo, you asked me what I would do, I'd absolutely do some, like, you know, curated Valve lists of new and upcoming titles that we're excited for, right? But then that would put an incredible amount of power in my hands. And if I leave and it goes to somebody else, like, you know, we all like to think that we'd be... What's the term? We'd be... Nah, it's dropped out of my head. The fancy term for when a, you know, a king or a monarch only acts for the goodness of people, you know what I mean? Like, I like to believe that I would be that person, but then everybody thinks they're that person until shit goes down, right? Yes, we all like to think that we would be a benevolent or benign ruler. Sorry, I'm not sure which is the correct term right now because my brain is jello. But also, even if I was in that role and I did nothing but... I was nothing but... I was nothing but great and kind and wonderful, and I did all the things I said I was going to do. I would also be potentially creating the systems for less scrupulous individuals. So, I don't know. I don't envy the decisions that Valve have to make these days, and I think the reason why they're so aggressively hands-off is because it was a team that were never equipped to be the nexus of all PC video games, right? And the more that they are not the ones responsible, the happier they are. Because, like, when Valve launched Steam, they just wanted a better way for us to be able to download and play digital games. I remember Direct to Drive. I remember manually patching my video games, alright? And sometimes I fucking wake up sweating about it. Oh, yeah, Vanderbeest. Who is our new duck? Let's have a look. Ninja Duck! Alright, I need... Oh, Hattori Duck Hanzo doesn't quite fit. Oda Nobunaga Duck? No. Alright, I need a Ninja Duck name. But yeah, so like, Steam was an improved rollout system over other digital distribution stuff. Oh, do we have a Rockstar Duck as well? I'm glad one of us is paying attention. Oh, no, we have a Rockstar Duck and a Leopard Duck. Oh, Ninja Duck Party. Yeah, it's gotta be. Danny Quackbang? No. Ducky Quackbang? Oh, okay, misnomer. Gene Swimmins? Done. Done. God. Why do you lot hang out with me? You are all clearly better punsmiths than I am. Alright, we'll go with Ducky Quackbang. Even though it's actually Ninja Brian who is the ninja. Alright, so now I just need a name for Leopard Duck. Man, we all got quacked up as an early drop. Fred's like, no, we don't hang out with you. You hang out with us. Yo. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Oh, okay. So, Ducky Quackbang. And then, okay, so then I need a ninja name. Because that's way better. And RC Poe, thank you for pointing that out. Alright, so what's our ninja's name? Swimjitsu? Not bad, not bad. Come on, we've got to have some good duck puns. We can do this. I duck believe in you. Ninja Duck Party is a good... Ducktana. A woo. Dun dun dun. Just call it Brian. Brian has an STD. Sorry, we listened to a lot of Ninja Sex Party on the drive down to LA and back. And that one always fucking got me. That and Tom Cardy's Businessman, because it just escalates. We had Bruce, so we should have Brian. Squeckero? Oh, Quasi, that one hurts. Nah, it's just Brian. Brian has an STD. The D stands for duck. Alright. Because then we have Brian and Ducky Quackbang. Nick, I don't know if you saw the same thread I was looking at, but so Errant Signal's doing the Children of Doom and is about to hit Sin and Sin episodes. And the amount of snark in both of those games at Daikatana is wild. Because apparently it was developed like not far away from the Ion Storm offices. And there was a lot of... I don't know if it was friendly or unfriendly, but there was definitely rivalry. Squackero, Puddles quack twice. Quasi, I want that on a poster. The pool's got a real, like, house party hangover vibe right now. Like, the lights are kind of out, but no one's going home. It's not quite... Brian turns into a log! Fuck, that's good. Oh, and here comes the lumber quack. You've trained your whole life for this, mate. Fuck is Brian? Brian can do replacement jitsu. This is the best! So, Miss Noda, leader of the Quacks, not bad. But we went with Ducky Quackbang. Hey! Hope you like ducks! Jay, how in the hot heck are you doing? Krypton, always lovely to see you. Watto and welcome, friends. Hello, hello. It's the smallest waffle. Greetings, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Mal, how are you doing? Ooh, you're playing Hand of Doom. I haven't had a chance to try the standalone, but Ist, knife hand, Tarl, Ist, knife hand. Why doesn't my spell work? So we've been playing Duck Simulator. We tried to play an indie title earlier in the day, but sadly it wasn't quite ready for us. So we've been basically doing this and chatting. Quack salt. This is our gaggle of ducks. So, I mean, there's too many to name them all at once, but we've got Lumberquack, and then over there we have Ducky Quack Bang, Ninja Brian, Sir Arthur Quack Dragon, 101 Quackmations, Paul McQuackney, Mally Berry, Firequacker, The Duck Agenda, Yolks on You, Walt Duckney, Saint Duck 5, Ganduck the Wise, Nutquacker, the Quack Out Club, Party Foul, the Grim Squeaker. So Krypton, so the team that published Hand of Doom is the DreadX lot, and I was in one of the DreadX games. So I wouldn't say I know. I don't personally know Triple Dork or any of those ones, but you know, I keep abreast. And I wouldn't say I know every indie game in existence. I'm always impressed when people can tell me about an indie game I don't know about. Oh, and now we're learning things. The artsy pose says that a gaggle is for geese. A group of ducks can be called a raft or a paddling. A paddling of ducks. Too many ducks? That's a paddling. Ducks quacking too loud? That's a paddling. But yeah, so we've just been playing this. We've been on one level for like, what, 3-4 hours? And frankly, it's been wonderful. Anything to avoid raft. Bingo! Unless I get the purple tick, in which case I have no choice! I got 99 paddlings, but a duck ain't one. Hit me! Whack. But yeah, so the thing I wanted to say is, like, I'm really happy to see that the titles that we all liked are actually ones that they've been willing to, like, fund and invest in. So, like, the fact that we have gotten, like, Hand of Doom, Sucker for Love, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. I can't remember if the Mortician's Assistant was based off of a DreadX Collection game, or just from devs that had done one. Well, and to answer your question, we'll be getting a new duck in just a second. Also, an all-duck remake of Robin Hood Men in Tights would be brilliant. Also, an all-Muppet remake of that. Alright, what's our new duck? You quack with the bull, you get the horns. Also, it seems that Bryant and Walt Duckney have formed a strange partnership to protect the tiniest of the ducks. It's the Mino Duck, the Duckator. Ducklablos? Duckablos. Fuck. Trying to combine Diablos from Monster Hunter and Duck. Numbers. Done and done. El Quackador. Diabluck. I think El Quackador is currently winning. Diquacklos. Good. Brian's turned into a log again. God damn it, Brian. Brian just killed a guy. No, I think El Quackador. El Quackador and El Ducko Libre. I like to think they'll be friends. I don't think we've had any other surprise ducks while we've been chatting. No, we got a fully named compliment. Ooh, Indrid, that's fucking living. But yeah, I haven't had the chance to play the Mortuary's Assistant proper. And because it's such an experiential game, I'm hesitant to stream it. Because I don't know if that's one that you can replay and really get that same kind of vibe. But, like, all of those devs have been super lovely to me. So, click on the plane. Yeah! Trying. Oh, because for those of you who just joined us as well, it turns out each of the levels has like little secrets and shit. So there are things to find and unlock. And Vanderbeest, I think we've gotten to the max level of nesting ducks. It only goes 3 down. Oh. But yeah, Jay, I hope things are going good with yourself. Like, if you get the chance to have a play around with this, it's surprisingly engaging, which you wouldn't think for a game which is literally just about watching ducks, and that is it. Oh shit! It's a chip shot on Whiskers the Duck there. Alright, come on, give us the multi-duck. That's what we're here for. And of all the ducks, Whiskers the Duck does in fact just meow. I mean, Saint Canard also just barks, so... Damn it, Cleoductra. We have also seen the tiny Zamboni get stuck, which is funny as hell. It looks like Gene Swimmins is actually going to make it. Sometimes we see a duck sent off to the great beyond. Gene Swimmins doesn't quack. Gene Swimmins just does guitar solos. Wet. Fucking wet. These names are so good, friends. But yeah, so friendos, we've hit about 6.5 hours. And so Jay, it's always lovely to see you in your squad. I promise whoever we raid into next will be worth your and your squad's time. But I just realised, yeah, I'm talking non-stop for 6 hours. Because after we gave up on the earlier game, yeah, we've just been here. And it's been a feckin' adventure. So let's see which of our wonderful friendos is about. I am going to roll credits in just a second. Because I'm really fucking lucky I have you lot looking after my dumbass. Like, I cannot say thank you enough. Makes me super lucky and I'm real happy about that. So thank you. Now, okay, that is a game jam idea. The adds a minigun game jam, where you have to add a minigun to a game where one really shouldn't be. Alright, just check to make sure good friendos are live and doing stuff. But no, this was an absolutely lovely day. I'm like, super thank you, friendos. Everything has been very challenging of late. But one thing I'm guaranteed is whether it is a quiet day or a Will sobbing in the toilets kind of day, the conversation is always exceptional. And it's lovely to see you all, you know? It's our feckin' yo. Okay, I've got a trio of people that we can head to after this. So here are your choices, friends. You can choose between Lego, Hunt Showdown, or Art. That's Lego, Hunt Showdown, or Art. So, have a think about where you'd like to go next. I need to move into the shadow so I can actually read all of your names off. But no, seriously, I wouldn't be able to do this without everything that you lot throw in, and I'm so fucking grateful for everything. Even if you're just chilling and illin', I'm extremely grateful. Kindball, thank you for a massive donation. Like, it's gonna help us out so much, you have no idea. To Favor 6, Fearless Sun, Kira Zero, Pun Spectre, Holy Bus Crusader, Scarred in Alaska, Wolfcrad, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, Some Numbers, and J-Post, all of you, thank you. Like, again, bits are still the biggest thing for helping, so thank you. Thank you to the whole ass mod team tonight. Not just Caffeine and Lizzie Tipau, but also Rhymes and Moose. Fucking great to see you. Geeky Glam, thank you for the follow. I hope we get to chat some more. And to Lance Icarus, Rainier, The Artsy Poe, Gatto Attack, Prinny of Time, Notorious Thief, Twizlight, Fallen Angel Lena, Zagraves, Fakon, Drosser, Vagabond, and Lord Lost and Found. Whether you were gifted a sub by very, very cool people or celebrating sprees, thank you. And to the Real Hunter, and obviously Jetman J, you fucking legend. Thank you for the raids, friend. One of these days, Jay, I'll be able to raid back into yours. And it seems there is more claims for Lego than for otherwise. Now, the person we're going over to, Sapiens, is a games industry legend. So if you want to, like, ask any, like, proper experience questions, like, this is one of the people that I learned from. And they are currently building the Lego Star Wars, like, Endor speeder bike set. Well, it's more like a little diorama, but yeah. And Smallest Waffle, you know. But alright, that is enough banter from me, friends. Love to you all. Have an exceptional rest of your night, okay? I'm going to potter off and get some food and probably do very boring things. The boring things that I've been stalling on doing for days. But no, I will have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow for Rain World. I don't know how close we are to finishing the Spearmaster because I can't stop killing, so that tends to add some extra steps in that one. Oh, and Artsy Poe, to you as well, friend. It's always lovely to see you all, you know? You all are under no obligation to be here on the daily, but I'm always happy to see you all. So, there, I said nice things about you. Up-a-cha. Deal with that. Right. I'll see you on Discord Have a great rest of your evening. Rainwell tomorrow. Gold Rush on Friday. To be continued. Damn, that was some haunting ghost duck moves there. Alright. Love to you all, friends, and I'll see you soon.